We pray that that business would be honoring and glorifying to you. Father, we thank you for the many employees that work here that serve our businesses, our residents, and our visitors, especially as we recognize Ed Call tonight, one of our fleet mechanics, for the work that he does to keep all of our city vehicles going 100%. Father, we also are very grateful for our tourism industry, and tonight we recognize some great legacy leaders in the theater industry this evening with Roy Clark and Glenn Campbell as well. Father, we thank you for the many blessings. We love you and praise you in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Ted. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Lucas? Yes, I'm here. Denham?
Here.
Cooper?
Here.
Milton?
Here.
Howden?
Here.
LeBlanc?
Here.
Schultz?
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll start off tonight with our Employee of the Month. Michael Woods, would you come down? And Ed Call, are you in the room?
Ed, come on down.
Ed, come
See,
on down,
I topped it. There it is.
You didn't top it. But...
Hello, Ed.
And enjoy. Oh, he's taking care of me. This evening, we're here to thank Ed for all of his hard work. And today, I'm going to read off the script a little bit, but I was taken back when any of the employees that get Employee of the Month in Public Works or engineering, I call them up and I say, congratulations, we're going to breakfast where you want to go. So I know all the great breakfast places now in the city of Branson. And Ed said, let me think about it and get back to you. You remember this? And I said, okay, well, I guess there's nowhere good for breakfast. And he wrote back through his supervisor and said, you know what I'd really like? I'd like some donuts brought down so I can have donuts with my friends and everybody that shows up. So wow to him and kudos to him, and that's just the type of person that is. I also pulled up a bunch of pictures offline, and every time you look at the picture, Ed's bent over kicking a machine or doing something for us. That picture that's in the upper right-hand corner is a picture where we were nominated and won in the United States for Best Picture for Snow event, and he was proud of that. And I'm proud of him for that because that picture there is him fixing that machine right before I took that picture. So, way to go, Ed, on that. Very proud of you. On behalf of the mayor, board of aldermen, city administrator, and city staff, it is my honor to announce Master Mechanic Ed Call as the City of Branson July 2024 Service and Excellent Employee of the Month. On January 22nd, 2024, during an ice storm, Ed was already at work before he was notified of unsafe conditions. Ed made the decision to stay at work, repairing snow equipment so the streets department could keep working to make the streets safe. After being all day, he came back 9 p.m. that evening and stayed till 1 a.m. with us, assisting with the fire truck that slipped off a roadway. And the very next day, he reported back to work at 7 a.m., ready to do it all over again, with the smile you'll see on his face, as always. He is a joy to work with. Ed provides outstanding customer service and embodies what the City of Branson values as excellence, teamwork, cooperation, stewardship, integrity, safety, and volunteerism. He's a spectacular example of the values held highly by the City of Branson. In 2024, this year alone, he's taken in 863 service tickets, 121 of them fire trucks and fire apparatus, 125 police, and last year over 1,411. These are not just simple oil changes. We send those out. These are full bore repairs. We're proud of you. We're proud of all the service you do for the city. Thank you so much, Ed.
Congratulations, Ed. And I have two proclamations. Marshall, would you help me with these?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some incredible dignitaries from our live music show industry here tonight. This is the 21st and 22nd proclamation that has been done for an entertainer holiday since the year 1990. We've done about 18 of them now. And we pulled all the mayoral proclamations from 1990. We wanted to make sure that if they'd been done in the past, that we recognized them. And unfortunately, we've lost some of these people that meant so much to this community. And so while we've been able to have either the person that's been proclaimed as a holiday or their direct descendants, we kind of had an idea to do Roy Clark and Glenn Campbell with two people that were their collaborators in Branson shows. So we've got those people here tonight. They're also joined by Mike Patrick and Miss Lena Hughes. So Mike, Lena, Jim Barber, and Doug Gabriel have all won our Song of Hope Award, which best advocates for our live music shows in this town. So with no further ado, Larry will read the proclamations, bringing up the collaborator as each one is read. So.
His first proclamation is to Mr. Roy Clark. A proclamation honoring Roy Clark for the entertainment he provided through his celebrity theater and shepherding the stars to Branson at the beginning of the Branson boom in the 1990s, and proclaiming July 12, 2024 as Roy Clark Day in Branson. Whereas it is recognized that Roy Clark, an accomplished guitarist and vocalist, is best known for hosting the popular television program Hee Haw. Y'all remember Hee Haw? Well, there's a generation difference, right? Which would go on to have its own stint in Branson and many appearances on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Many of the future Branson stars that Clark would recruit to the town also appeared on both these iconic programs. And whereas Clark became a member of the Grand Ole Opry in 1987, and was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame in 2009. He also won the Entertainment of the Year award a staggering 3 times, twice awarded by the Academy of Country Music and once at the CMAs. And whereas Clark also mentored many of the young entertainers that would become Branson stars in their own right, including Doug Gabriel. Now therefore, I, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, hereby proclaim that on the day of July 12th, we celebrate the legacy of Roy Clark and the impact he had on this community that is still felt to this day. So I proclaim this day of July 12th as Roy Clark Day in Branson, Missouri.
I know Roy would be so honored. Roy gave so much to Branson, Missouri. He was a dear friend of mine. I first started with Roy at the Roy Clark Celebrity Theater in the early 90s and got to be friends with him. And then later I invited him to be a part of my show. And we did our show together at the Clay Cooper Theater. That was called Legends back then. But I got to tell you, Roy was a dear man. He was so talented. I still pay tribute to him every single show of mine and always will. We had a great friendship. He was very good to my family. And I want to congratulate him and Barbara and everybody. So many other people could be up here, way more important than me. People like Buck Trent and others that were real close to Roy. And they're all up there picking and a grinning together in heaven. And so I'm so honored to be asked to be a part of this, because Roy and I, we had 5 incredible years together. And like I said, if you come to the Doug Gabriel show, you will see a tribute to Roy. And this year, we're actually showing some footage that has never been seen before. And so come out and see us. But God bless you, Roy Clark, and thank you for all that you've done for Branson, Missouri.
We don't know what to do. Okay.
Everybody's thinking now. Yeah. Who are you looking at?
Oh, okay.
Cheese.
Yeah. Awesome.
Quickly, it should be mentioned as well that the Hughes family now occupies the Roy Clark Celebrity Theater, so that's pretty notable as well. So,
The second proclamation goes to Glenn Campbell. Jim, I remember in the early 90s going to the Glenn Campbell Theater, and you were the opening act. And I laughed so flippin' hard, my side hurt. I almost fell out of my chair. That was the first time I got to.
I remember that day.
I remember it. This is a proclamation honoring Glenn Campbell for his legendary career in the music business and for bringing his talents to Branson during the boom years, and proclaiming July 13th, 2024 as Glenn Campbell Day in Branson. Whereas it is recognized that Glenn Travis Campbell was born in Billstown, Arkansas, near the Little Missouri River, and would go on to achieve iconic status in the genres of country and popular music. During his career, which spanned 5 decades, he would sell over 45 million records worldwide, including 12 gold albums, 4 platinum albums, and 1 double platinum album. However, Glenn was perhaps best known for hosting the Glenn Campbell Good Time Hour on CBS that launched him to fame in the early 70s. Whereas Campbell would go on to name his theater in Branson the Glenn Campbell Good Time Theater, building on that same theme. And it was there that he entertained the millions of visitors that came to Branson in this era. And whereas it is recognized that many of Campbell's hit songs continue to be staples of the country music genre to this day, including Rhinestone Cowboy, Southern Nights, Galveston, and Wichita Lineman. Glenn had a tendency to perform songs about places, and he would go on to write the song Mansion in Branson. That's pretty cool. Imploring all of his entertainer buddies to join him in the Ozarks. Glenn would also provide a stage for many Branson's legendary figures to get their start in our town, including our very own Jim Barber. Now therefore, I, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, hereby proclaim that on this day of July 13th, we celebrate the legacy of Glenn Campbell and the good times he brought to all of us.
Well, I am so honored to be the closest person that knew Glenn to come and receive this for him. We found out his daughter Debbie was just in Arkansas visiting the family and Glenn's gravesite just a few days ago. And I think if she was aware, she probably would have been able to be here tonight as well. But I think they're all watching via live stream. And big shout out to Glenn's wife, Kim. Stan Schneider was Glenn's manager. I first met Glenn 36 years ago. I got to open for him at a Bavarian tent show in Frankenmuth, Michigan. And 6 years later, I got a call from Bill McClay, who was Glenn's road manager, and he said, we're building a theater in a little town called Branson, Missouri. Glenn remembered your act from 6 years ago, and we'd love to have you come and be part of the show. And that was, that was the day my life turned for the better. I mean, it was such a wonderful thing. I felt like I was part of a family. And I didn't open for Glenn. Actually, Glenn opened for me. Glenn would introduce me and bring me out on stage, which I just thought was awesome. And he'd say, he's from South Dakota. But that was 1994, 30 pounds ago, 30 years ago. And I just have to thank Glenn, Kim, Stan Schneider, Bill McClay, his wife Holly, the Hall family who built the theater that brought Glenn in, Tracy Gideon, who's still here in Branson and works so hard, the Good Time Band. There's just so many names. I'm going to forget somebody, so I hope I don't. But it was a highlight of my career. It introduced me to Branson. I've lived here now longer than I've lived anywhere else. This is my home now, and I love it here. And Glenn will always be remembered for his music. And I think it's so cool that he is the 22nd recipient of this because his birthday is April 22nd. So we'll always be able to remember that. But thank you to the Campbell family, and thank you to Branson for recognizing Glenn in this way. Thank you.
Sing it, Clay. I love it. Oh, Galveston. Nobody wants me to sing. Thank you.
And our dignitaries are dismissed.
Hey, Jim, before you go, I just want to share with everybody, I got to see you for the very first time. I'm sorry to have to say it's the first time at the recent Yakov opening. When you talk about like laughing so hard you're falling off your chair, that was my husband and I. If you have not seen this man's impressions of Donald Trump, it's, I mean, he is so spot on. So it was so much joy. So thank you for your talents and sharing them with us.
Next Wednesday night, 7:30. There you go.
In case you didn't hear that online, it's Wednesday at 7:30.
Thank you, Larry.
You bet. Thank you, Marshall. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, sir, we have 9 speakers.
Okay, so this is the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear the citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Please note, the clerk will let the speakers know when they have 30 seconds left, and a notification will sound when their time is up. We ask that speakers wrap up their comments upon hearing the 30-second warning. If a speaker would like a board member to bring an item down from the consent agenda for additional discussions, please note this request during comments. Before our first speaker, I just want to reiterate, we have a city code that addresses public comments. Public comments need to be about the city of Branson and what this Board of Aldermen has the authority to affect. Okay? So we don't want to violate city code. So if your comments do not address those 2 items, then I'm going to ask you to please resign. Fair enough? Hillary?
Our first speaker is John Holsizer, speaking on the short-term rental ordinance.
Should we talk? Excuse me, John. Hillary, if we have speakers about the short term, should we ask them to speak when we're on that subject?
They will have the opportunity.
Or
to
they
speak.
have or they have a choice of either one? Okay, John, let's hear you.
I'm John Holsizer, the broker at Century 21 and the immediate past president for the Tri-Lakes Board of Realtors. And I'm here on behalf of the board, and we are adamantly opposed to the ordinance as it is written. We feel that it will drop property values dramatically, as many investors will want to pull out because it will be too over-regulated. And we've already had many panicked investors already thinking about selling because they don't want to deal with the city. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for sharing that, John. And
May I
John-
ask a question, Mayor?
Yeah, sure, come on up, John.
Could you just elaborate the requirements of the ordinance, drop property values?
Well, most of the investors that come in, they want property managers and other people to handle almost everything. So if they're having to handle inspections, handle permits, and handle everything like that, they would rather go somewhere else.
But wouldn't the property manager be able to affect the inspections and permits? It's a once-a-year deal, so is it really that onerous?
I mean, no, many property managers can do that now, but if you're having the owners get their own permits also in addition, I think that's what the ordinance says, that just will be one more step for them.
Do your association collect the sales tax as required for rentals?
The association, what do you mean?
Your members of your organization, do they collect
I know
sales
I do.
tax?
I manage about 20 properties.
These people that are saying it drops property values, are they paying the sales tax?
Well, I would sure hope so. But it would drop property values in the fact that if they feel it's not a conducive place to make money, then they will put their house on the market or their condo. And if you have, 20% of the condos go on the market all at the same time, it's going to drop property values dramatically.
I'm sorry, I don't see the connection. The fees are not substantial for a business license. It's a fairly straightforward application. An inspection is just a procedural thing. I don't see how that affects property values.
It absolutely would, because if it's over-regulated, then they're not going to want to invest or to keep their condo. They will want to put it on the market. And when you have 10 to 20% of condo owners want to leave the market, it will dramatically affect the value, and the values will come down.
Kathy?
Thank you so much for coming tonight. Mayor, I think this would be a really good reason why it would be helpful if you are here to talk on that topic, to wait until it's brought before us. That way we've got a chance to brief everybody, and some of the questions or concerns that you might have may very well get answered during the presentation. So I think that'd probably be a good call, if you don't mind my suggesting that.
Okay.
Love that. Thank you, John. Holly, I'm just curious. In addition to the property manager, does this ordinance have the actual owner do work also? I know, but I wanted to ask you because I'll forget. Oh. Okay, so the comments were, the inspections are every 3 years, not every year, and property owners can handle all the paperwork. It does not require the owner or their managers. Yeah. Thank you, and we'll discuss this later. Next speaker.
Richie Zait speaking on comments.
First of all, I'd really appreciate if you wouldn't interrupt me when I'm speaking, because there's really no need to do that. I'll just make my comments. I appreciate all of you. We all came from the exact...
Does your comments have to do with the
You just did it.
city and the board?
It just started, didn't it? Let me just say what I have to say. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, I
I'll make it
believe,
brief.
Mr.
I
Mayor,
will make it brief.
could we ask the speaker to read his name into the record, please?
They didn't
It
catch your
has
name.
something to pertain with the city. It has
They
something.
didn't catch your name, Richie.
Okay, I'm Richie Zates, and I was with this group of people up here protesting against lockdowns and other things that we had in our city a couple of years ago, so we were on the same team. And I'm still on the same team. And I don't think the COVID issue is a dead issue except to the people that die. And we're looking at lawsuits that are going on all over the place against Pfizer because of this issue. Recently, a young girl who got the COVID, who was 8 years old, was on the plane outside of Joplin, going to Joplin, and she died on the plane. And I inquired, I said, did you have her take the vaccine? She did take the vaccine.
Richie,
So
you asked
I
me
wanted
not
to
interrupt.
let me
You
finish.
asked me not to interrupt.
Okay,
But
great.
I also ask you to address things that this board has the
I
authority.
haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
Okay, please let me do that. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And I do respect you guys because you've done a lot of great work here in this town, so I'm applauding that as well. I'd like to do some research on the numbers and the contents of this experimental, and it's still called experimental drug, that's being delivered and dispersed in this area. So I'd like to set that up so we can investigate what exactly is going on with an experimental drug being experimented on people. I just hear, my only mission, and the only mission I've ever had, is to save lives. And I want to continue to do
You have
that.
something to say?
And I believe you're with me on that.
Point of order.
Okay, I've just been called for a point of order, and what that means is we have an alderman that's stating that we are violating code. So if you have this that is tied to this board, if you would get to that part.
I am trying to arrange getting some individuals together to look into the contents, and we'll have a medical lab look at the contents and come up with that, and whether it's conducive or good for
Point
the
of order.
community to distribute it.
Okay, I have another point of order, and I have to abide by the point of order.
Okay? Where is it that I am not
You asking
communicating?
this board to go do something with COVID?
I asked this board to allow us to present information that would indicate that there are people dying from an experimental drug.
Okay, there's nothing this Board of Aldermen can do with evidence that you want to provide about people dying from COVID.
It's being distributed in this city.
That's right.
Okay?
We have no control to tell Cox Hospital or Taney County or whoever, you are not allowed to give a vaccine. We don't have that authority.
But if it's deemed to be destructive to the public,
We don't have that authority.
Those people are making their own choice, Richie.
We cannot tell Cox Hospital that they cannot do this. That simple.
all right. Well, I thought y'all would be more sympathetic to my cause.
It's not that we're sympathetic. We're trying, this is a business meeting, and we're here to do things that this board is authorized to do, and we simply can't do what you're requesting.
So an investigation into the contents of it cannot be done? Is that what you're telling me?
Not from this board.
Well, then where do we go to save lives?
Maybe your state representative, Jefferson City. Oh, speaking of our state representative.
Why? What's going on here?
Did y'all catch that?
Anyway,
Sorry, Richie.
well, the Lord's in charge of everything that's going on, and he sees everything.
Thank you.
We've got to save lives.
Thank you. Hillary?
Our next speaker is Ryan Muir, speaking on bill number 6465, nightly rental. So,
Thank you, Ryan.
okay, and the next speaker is Don Wazaleski, speaking on the short-term rental ordinance.
Thank you, Don.
Ryan Duffy, speaking on street regulations.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right, And Mark Mousy speaking on short-term rental ordinance.
Mark, thank you.
Candace Cook speaking on crypto mining.
Good evening, Mayor and Aldermen.
Hi, Candace.
I'm sorry to be the rebound to come back again, but I did not complete my presentation from before, and I apologize for that. All I'm asking, short and sweet, is that we continue to keep the issue of crypto mining on the radar and do a lot more research. And I would implore the board to consider having some legislation surrounding zoning and also the type of industry and what it brings to our community. As I know you are all very vigilant, and I appreciate that. So until we have further research, I'm asking that we abstain from making any further movement toward that, to permit it or not permit it, and that the board seriously consider some zoning that would regulate that and give us some type of assurance for the future.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Artie, yes.
Candace, was this not part of the remarks that you were going to bring forth the last meeting?
This was part of it,
Okay,
yes.
and I had requested that those remarks be put in the minutes last
Yes,
meeting,
sir.
so we already have that in our minutes.
Yes, along with this request to please consider and discuss some zoning, if at all possible.
So Candace,
Yes.
our administration and a few of our board members have spent quite a bit of time on this. And we have scheduled a special meeting? Oh, it's not announced yet, but we're thinking about scheduling. We're thinking about scheduling a special meeting on this topic only, pretty soon.
Soon, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're taking that very seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Amber Thompson speaking on request for public usage of White House Theater, ongoing freedom of speech, friendly communities.
Can you repeat that last line for everybody real loud?
Freedom of speech, friendly communities.
Freedom of speech, and thank you for this few minutes here. And just as you had Richie's out, see, it's some really serious, critical issues for our citizens that were not focused on money increasing, issues of the community, but they were about our safety and our lives and our personal well-being. And I would like to mention the front page of our paper here, which everybody's so excited to read. Everyone loves Rob Doherty, who runs the Branson Globe, one of the kindest people, and he allowed me freedom of speech, FYI, and I can't get a word in edgewise with the news stations. And I'm on the governor's ballot to be the first female governess, but there's no female rights. So to end this issue of controversy between Deanna Slatt and myself and the other citizens that want to speak on these issues that didn't feel comfortable tonight, there right here it states how the new police department has $10.75 million being donated to them by the federal government, or is that from the state of Missouri? FYI, most of the money that comes from anything we do in this city, or any of the social services, any of the, of course, Medicare insurance reimbursement at the hospital that funds them, and the brand new ERs we always build,
Excuse me,
that all
Candace,
comes from,
Could you just
is that
pull
too
back
close?
from the mic so we can
Okay,
understand
sorry.
you better?
It drives me nuts too. That all comes from, a lot of times, like it does come from the federal government. That's why I ran for Senate, because I was trying to draw attention to $60 million plus being put into stealing children for money, okay? And then we have this problem issue with, again, not having a place to speak. So I put that on the title. Can we use that White House Theater of that $10.75 million? That's millions of dollars again being spent. There's just a spent for each and every one of us, not just the ones up there, but everyone else who's not here tonight, okay? I'm here, I've lived here longer than probably anybody in the room. And I think that would be fantastic to show our freedom of speech and true constitutional, patriotic, transparency support for this community and all communities invite people from everywhere to come to this city, and from other countries to speak on their civil rights issues. I think we could have a humongous media hub even out of it if we allowed people to speak enough and long enough and let people come visit. But that's my opinion. There's a huge theater in there, and I've seen where they've just torn theaters apart, and they've just thrown the seats, you know, to the dumpster. So if we could use that theater for us and give women also the right to speak and sing. If you look at all the women that have not been allowed a place to sing or speak, you know, even use studios. I had to drive 4 hours to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Kansas City just to get a place to record some of my music. So I had to teach myself how to record my own music. But my point is also on the ballot, I have 10 minutes left, there is a question they're going to ask you, which we're not aware of even. That would be nice to discuss also, not here because, but over there, you know, about legislative issues that again are giving, I think this it said $38 million to Kansas City's police station. And then when I was at a rally, we just, within 5 seconds, we heard about one of Josh Hawley, our main senator here, his constituent works in his office telling us they're going to make RoboCop-like uniforms for these guys, and he's going to give all this money to that, so there's not a single place on their body that it's going to get touched. We don't really prefer Armageddon cops, sorry. You know, we're, like I was told today, we love the police here. We love them here. It's just one of the safest communities, but we've had a few instances where you hire these new guys, and they're trained mentally out of control, can't control their bipolar mania, whatever you want to call it, and they're calling our citizens crazy just because they're making a purport. So that needs to come to, they really need to address that. And again, I'm on the ballot to be the first female governess. You know, my chances are very slim. We call this state Missouri instead of Missouri anymore because women have not had the right to even sing. So what I recommend is at that White House theater, let the women like myself, I've been compared to Taylor Swift and all these, you know, Luke Bryan, all these people. But I've not been a stage to even sing here unless I rent the pavilion, and if I do, nobody shows up. I mean, I don't think I sing that bad. Do I sing that bad? I don't know, but anyways, it would be nice to have a walk of fame, that's infrastructure too here, where we have like Clay Cooper, who finally
30 seconds.
got some attention on his music, okay, as one of our locals, and give us a little more respect. I've had so many people talk bad about Branson. Secondly, I'd love to have a golf-friendly community. They're getting on the front page again, it says $6.2 million. Can we use that to have sidewalks for golf carts? Now, they may not be street legal, you can't get those, but to make it safer, put a guardrail, allow them to go and make bridges like where Karen Best brought her. She has a land development right by Country Mart. If we could have something up there and a little bridge over there to get people who are elderly, who can't drive anymore, the way to get to and from their stores. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Brad Youngblood speaking on short-term rentals.
Thank you, Brad.
Then there are no more speakers this evening.
What? Thank you. Thank you guys for waiting for the subject. Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the board would like to have moved down from the consent for additional questions or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the June 20th, 2024 special meeting, June 25th, 2024 special meeting, and June 25th, 2024 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Advisory Park Board minutes for the May 21st, 2024 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of monthly contract report from June 3rd, 2024 to July 1st, 2024. Final reading of Bill Number 6460, an ordinance approving a sales tax revenue reimbursement agreement with MMTC Development Group, LLC, for development known as the Social Birdie, and authorizing the mayor to execute the documents related thereto. Final reading of Bill Number 6461, an ordinance amending the Branson Municipal Code, Chapter 94, pertaining to electrical vehicle charging stations, more specifically Section 94-61E18, removing the special use requirements for Level 3 electrical charging stations and clarifying the permitted zoning districts, and modifying Section 94-87F. Final reading of Bill Number 6462, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute all lease documents related to the West 76 Country Boulevard project for the leased properties contained in the old airport property. And final reading of Bill Number 6464, an ordinance approving the memorandum of understanding for the school resource officer program with the Branson Public School District and actions related thereto. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a motion approving all items on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Lucas?
No.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 5 yes, 1 no, the no being Alderman Lucas. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation of the Taney County Health Department 2023 Annual Report.
And here comes Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
Good evening. Thanks for having me tonight. Lisa Marshall, I'm the director of the Taney County Health Department. I'm here to share the results of our 2023 annual report and just focus on our successes of the last year and share a little bit about what our team has been up to. Oh, there we go. Oop. Okay, so I always start with this slide just in case people are unfamiliar with us. We are your local health department here serving Taney County and all of our millions of visitors. So we are located both in Branson and Forsyth, so we serve the entire county. Pretty much anybody that steps foot in this county we consider one of our customers. We provide a variety of services. We do have a board of trustees, which is what we're governed by. And then we also new this year are having our mobile unit out in the community serving residents through our mobile facilities. Sharing just a little bit about our teams. This is basically our structure, so we do quite a bit that people don't know about. We have 5 different teams, so our clinical team, our WIC team, community outreach, environmental health, and our support services. I'll go over those a little bit more in detail here in a few minutes. But again, we do quite a bit in our department that folks don't always know that we do, and so we serve the entire community and all of our residents and visitors as well. So I'm going to start with environmental health because obviously we have the contract with y'all for environmental health services. So just wanted to share a quick update. I've got our lodging, restaurants, and pool programs listed here because these are our largest programs with the city of Branson specifically. We do have the largest lodging program throughout the entire state here in Taney County. Branson itself has more lodging facilities than any other county in the entire state of Missouri. So our team is very busy making sure that our lodging facilities are healthy and safe. We do quite a large number of restaurants. We've got about 400 of those. We've also got about 300 pools that we inspect as well. In addition to this, we also have our childcare inspections. We also do massage, tattoo, and a number of other things. We partner quite a bit with the city of Branson on things like open for business and plan review. So anytime we've got new businesses that might have a food component or a health component, we make sure that we head off any troubles that might happen before they actually occur. We want to be sure we're saving people time and money as well. In addition to this, we've also got our water lab. So we do a number of water testing for things like private wells and also stream sampling. So that's a service that we provide to the community as well. We are utilized a lot in real estate transactions for those private wells. So it's something the community doesn't always know that we have, but we do have a certified water lab here in Taney County at the health department. So just the numbers breakdown, this can give you an idea of what we did over the last year. And of course, as you probably recall, we have staffed up in 2024. So we've hired 3 new inspectors. They're in the process of getting trained. We've also hired an additional environmental health clerk to meet the needs of all of the incoming, all the paperwork that goes along with those inspections, making sure that if people have questions, we can provide consultations and get them to the right inspector and get them the assistance that they're needed. Like I said, our staff has grown quite a bit. We're in the midst of a year of growth at the moment. So those 3 new inspectors are being trained. It does take anywhere from 6 months to a year to get an inspector fully trained in all of the programs. So that's something that we're very much dedicated to in this coming year. I want to share this just a little bit. We get questions a lot about the number of complaints that we see. So this is if somebody calls in and wants to share some information about a facility they went to that maybe wasn't quite up to what they considered appropriate standards. We always call and follow up on those. So if people do want to let us know something that they feel like might not have met health code, we look into that. So this is just a breakdown of what that looks like throughout the county, just sharing a bit of information there. I'm going to shift over to some of our other teams to share just a bit about what we're doing outside of the environmental health team. So we do have our clinical team. So this is where we serve a lot of our residents through a variety of means. So we do our women's clinic. We have things like our vital records, which is birth and death certificates. you can just see like the number of individuals that we're serving throughout the county. And so these are folks that meet requirements of our programs. These are the variety of programs that we offer. And so we serve quite a number of people through these programs. We also provide immunizations, which I'm sure you're all aware. So over the last year, we provided over 5,000, and this is a variety. So this could be anything from chickenpox to shingles to tetanus, travel vaccines. So we do quite a bit outside of just COVID. So we are just, I know it'll be a question, so we're not actively promoting those, but we do have them for anybody that chooses. But at this point in time, the bulk of our vaccinations are really more geared towards those childhood vaccines, also things like the tetanus, the shingles, pneumonia, things of that nature. So that is really what we offer through our clinical team. We also, one of the little known facts is we do have a lab on site. So for individuals that maybe their doctor provides an order for like a cholesterol test or something of that nature, we can provide them that as well at the health department. One of our other teams is a women, infant, and children, so that's a nutrition program. So it's heavily focused on education. And the goal of this is if we can get individuals to start life out in a healthy way through healthy nutrition, then they tend to have better outcomes health-wise as an adult. And so this is a nutrition education program, and it is coupled with vouchers for healthy food items. And the good thing about this is that what it does is it brings dollars into our community. So these families are given vouchers to purchase healthy food items at their local grocery store, and they spend those here locally. So that's it's a great opportunity for these families that maybe wouldn't have had the resources to provide healthy foods to their kids 5 and under, and then also to spend that here within our community. So we did have over 16,000 appointments in 2023, so just our team is really hopping there. And one of the things that, there's kind of a myth that you have to be a mom to be a part of this program, but we do have a lot of dads and a lot of grandparents and non-traditional family structures that come in. So it's not just for moms. If you're a dad that has kids under 5 or a grandparent that's taking care of kids under 5, you're certainly eligible as well for that. So I always like to let people know because that's one of those myths out there.
Lisa, I'm sorry to interrupt, but so the vouchers or the WIC vouchers or coupons, they can only be used in the county? Is that what you're saying? Or
They have to be used at it's one of our
participating
participating retailer. So they can use them here. Typically, we find that if people are coming to us for WIC, they tend to live in Taney County, so they tend to shop in Taney County. So I'm not going to say that 100% of those stay in Taney County, but ideally, if people are living here, they're probably shopping locally as well. And so as far as the dollar amount of those, it's over $1 million that we brought into the community through this program. It is a federal program. It's offered throughout the state of Missouri. We also have a very high initiation rate for breastfeeding. So our new moms that are exploring those options, many of them do choose breastfeeding, which is, of course, healthier than formula. So we have a high implementation rate of that. We also knew in 23 we're participating in the Farmers Market Nutrition Program. So participants can get a $20 voucher to spend at a local farmers market. And of course, that's a participating farmers market. And several of our markets here in Taney County are participating in that, and even more are participating in 2024. So that's good news there. A little bit about our community outreach team. So very active in Branson. So they do a lot of health education, injury prevention. We do have a car seat program. So I would always kind of joke and say I have a master's degree and still can't install a car seat properly, even though I've got 2 kids. It is challenging. So if families have questions about how to get a car seat into their car properly, they're all different car seats. And so we've got certified technicians that can help install that in your vehicle and make sure that your kiddos are going to be traveling safely. We're also handing out Narcan throughout the community. We actually get a lot of requests for that through businesses, and so that's available. We've also completed our community health assessment, so looking at what are the health priority needs that our community is telling us are problems here in Taney County that we need to look at. So we've completed that. We also offer the QPR training, which is a question, persuade, refer, and so that training is geared towards suicide prevention. And we're actually seeing a lot of businesses and organizations want us to come in and train their staff just to provide those toolkits if you've got somebody that you're worried about. That can be kind of an awkward or difficult conversation. And so this really just provides participants the tools that if they need to ask somebody or feel like somebody might be in danger, they can ask them pertinent questions and get them referred on to the appropriate resources. So that's kind of what our community outreach team is up to in 2023. So what's new? We did record 44 employee trainings in 2023, so we're still focusing on developing our team professionally, making sure that we are holding ourselves to a very high standard of education, making sure we're qualified to be out there in the field. And those are a variety of trainings. Our environmental health team is growing. I'm sure you all know and are very acutely aware that Branson itself is growing and the businesses are growing. And so we need to grow and meet the needs of our community. And we don't want to be a stumbling block that prevents businesses from rolling and operating in a good way. And so we're here to serve the community in that way. And so we're excited to have our team grow so that we can better meet the needs of the community. Because our team is growing, we are expanding some of our office space. So this is a picture of the back of our Branson building. Those double glass doors there were once a garage. So we were fortunate that we found some grant dollars that allowed us to basically turn that garage into an open office space. So our new environmental health team, all 9 of the Branson inspectors, and then our county inspectors will all be working out of that office space. It's really just a shift from them working upstairs to downstairs. They were sharing offices and really were kind of out of room. So we needed to build them a new space. So we're really fortunate that we got a grant through the state health department to fund that. And so they'll have a good space to work where they've got all the tools that they need to be successful. And then we also recently received the Next 50 grant. And so this is a chronic condition grant. It's a chronic condition screening grant for older adults. So we're offering this throughout the county. So this is screenings for things like hemoglobin A1Cs, so diabetes screenings, cholesterol screenings, and we are going throughout the county in our mobile unit. So we've got 3 sites that we've served so far. I think we began going out into the community in April, and we've already served 45 individuals. So we're also handing out things like blood pressure cuffs that are tools that you need to monitor your health conditions at home. We found folks that didn't know that they had diabetes or that they had high cholesterol or other chronic conditions, and so we're able to provide them screening tools that they can take to their physician and then get the appropriate care. So that is something that's new this year, and we're looking to expand that throughout the county and just see what the need is and then consider what we need to do in 2025 with that program. So that's kind of what we've been up to. Just like I said, our highlights. We do a lot of things that people don't always realize that we do. And again, we're here to serve the community, and so we're wanting to meet those needs. And I would encourage anybody on the board that's not been down to the health department, we'd invite you to come visit and just meet our team. We're up to about 45 staff members between Branson and Forsyth. We've got a lot going on, and we'd love to share that with you all. So let us know if you'd like to come visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, I learned so much when I went and toured your facility. You were with me? Yeah. How are you doing on staffing?
On staffing?
Yeah.
I will tell you, we are hiring at the moment. So we do have all of our environmental health positions are filled at the moment. So thank you all for supporting us in that way. So that team is in the midst of training and growing, and we're looking forward to releasing more of our trainees into programs and getting them out in the field. We are hiring a couple other positions. I'll tell you that we are hiring an interpreter, and that's kind of a pain point for us. We're seeing a lot of folks coming to us that maybe aren't speaking English as a primary language, so that's something we're hiring as well. We're also hiring a nurse. So, and of course, we're also looking for some accounting staff at the moment. So and those are positions that have maybe had a little bit of turnover, so they're not new. But after that, we should be fully staffed, and we're moving forward. And I would say, if I could just give one word to characterize, the latter half of 23 and 24, it's growth. So our team is really growing, really looking very forward, very much a lot of professional development and assessing kind of what's going on in the community and how we can best meet those needs.
Yeah, the only reason I asked was the number of inspections you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a lot of man hours.
Yep.
And women hours.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on the board have any questions for Lisa?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Lisa, thanks. Great report. Really appreciate it. And I also want to say thank you because whenever I talk to Kathy and Alex about the work you're doing, they're very appreciative of what you do and what your team does and close coordination with the city. So thanks very much and pass that along to your team for all the hard work. I do have a question for you. You had the WIC numbers up
Yes.
there. Could you just comment on what you see as the trend of that? Is it increasing dramatically? Is it holding level? Just kind of how are we doing as a society?
So what I would say about our WIC numbers is they are on the rise at the moment. And so I think looking at our current economic situation, food does cost more money than it did several years ago. So because of those factors, we are seeing more participants. And that's something that we tend to see that whenever we see these economic shifts a little bit. But other than that, I think our numbers they're pretty well on trend, taking that into consideration. So like I said, anytime we see, things becoming more expensive, if we see like unemployment rise, we tend to see our participation in that program rise.
Can you put a percent on it, year over year kind of thing?
I don't have a percent, but I could probably find that compared to last year, if that would be helpful. I'm
Yeah,
happy to
maybe if
pass
you could
that
just
on.
follow up on that. And then one other
Absolutely.
question, you mentioned the private well testing, and certainly
yes.
one of the subjects that are in the news in general is the whole issue of the forever chemicals, PFAS, all those kind of things. How does that enter into your well testing? Is that a subject these days, or?
So we actually don't have the ability to test for that. We primarily test for things like E. coli and coliforms. So unfortunately, we're unable to test for those items. Those are, at this point in time, kind of specialized tests that we would need to look elsewhere for. We do accept water samples that we can then pass along to the state courier that takes them to the state lab, and they can test for more items. I, off the top of my head, don't know what that complete list looks like, but if that were something that was of interest, we could certainly reach out to the state and see if that was something.
Yeah, part of the reason for my question is I know that some of the big industrial companies like 3M are settling with communities in order to pay out for the, alleged contamination that they contribute. And so I would assume that the ability to show that we're affected would impact our ability to apply for that money that's being handed out. And so are we in any way connected to that through your organization?
At this point in time, no. That's not something that we've got our pulse on at the moment. It's not something we've been contacted about. If that were to become the case, we would certainly reach out to the city and let them know pretty quickly.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Any other members from the board have comments or questions? Anybody from the audience? Would you mind going to the mic so we can all hear the question, please? Thank you.
I think this is on a lot of people's mind. If there ever was another COVID outbreak, because a few years past when there was an outbreak, we would have loved to be able to question you and empower you to help us be protected from forced vaccinations and forced medical procedures. Is there any way that maybe we could coordinate that with that White House, without, even if they want to make the theater a little smaller or something, or maybe we could have, a request, if we get enough signatures from the board or whoever, to have her present so we can empower her to be able to speak before the press and defend us of our constitutional rights over our body of freedom of choice. That's an idea.
Mayor,
So,
if
thank you.
I could,
That's all I
thank you.
said.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, Lisa, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, very, very much.
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation of the Branson Police Department update.
And here comes our chief.
All right, so Mayor and Board, I very much appreciate this opportunity. Just have a few minutes, so we're going to go over this pretty quickly. This is one of the slides I will focus on the most. For those of you that have not been through our Citizens Police Academy, or for the board members that aren't familiar, this is basically what we strive for. And so everything you see that in what we're doing, our mission, vision, values, it's all centered around this. And to sum it up basically real quick, we want to achieve legitimacy in the community. We do have statutory authority as police officers to enforce the law. However, as we've seen in Minneapolis, Baltimore, and some of the bigger cities where they've lost control, if the citizens do not respect their police and if they do not trust their police, they tend not to get the same level of cooperation from the community, and that's how you have rioting and things along those lines. So we strive for this in all of our contacts. The procedural justice, when you have a chance to look at it, those 6 pillars you have seen over the course of the years in the police department as we've been working to improve those. And the whole reason for that is, if you look at the lower graphic, that is how we achieve legitimacy in the community, because when they believe in us and they trust us, we are going to get voluntary compliance with our requests of the community. So that is everything we're shooting for when you hear us talk about the police department and our efforts. So this is our calls for service from 22 to 23. As you can see, our dispatch calls went up about 16%. Police calls went up 18%. Fire department had a slight decrease. Our physical arrests were up, and our traffic violations were down. Now, that doesn't mean we were doing anything a whole lot different other than remember 23 is when we really added police officers to the fold. We started getting our staffing up to where it needed to be. So those police calls are not just calls that we received into 911. Those are also self-generated calls for our officers conducting on-view activities, traffic stops, suspicious vehicles, and so forth. So that doesn't mean our call load just skyrocketed. It means we're getting out there and doing more proactive police work as well, which we, as you remember from last year's brief, that's exactly what we expected to see. There is a discrepancy in the calls you'll see between dispatch and what the fire and police add up to. All that is they receive about 10,000 calls that are transferred over to TCAD, Taney County, or don't necessarily require a response. And then the traffic violations, that was kind of the bigger surprise to me. We did see a pretty hefty decline in that. I'll know more next year when we have our new system in place as to what that indicates to us. Did we have just fewer violations, or were we doing other items and not doing as much traffic enforcement?
For citizens, thank you for that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so some big changes that you saw come over the last year and a half. Obviously, we just covered the last meeting, the police department project. You've got the pictures there. For many in the audience, this is going to be a first for you to see. Our Uniform and Equipment Committee wanted to adjust the badge and do something more specific to the community of Branson. We've always had just the generic badge that pretty much anybody can order. So our committee got together and designed something that really meant something to us. The story behind that is we want something to reflect Branson history. That's kind of the old Marshall style badge. The state is very important to us, as well as the flag for the United States and Missouri. And the design in the middle of the badge in the state outline is the exact design from our patch, which has always been very important to this police department since its inception. It has when we were established, and then most importantly for our officers, they get their badge numbers back. They will keep these badges with them when they retire, and something to be proud of. And these are die struck, so nobody else out there can order them and impersonate our police officers. You see the Pro Phoenix logo there. You guys voted on that last meeting. That we are extremely excited about. That is a new CAD RMS system that I'm hoping I'm going to be able to, within the next year or two, with that, really provide some good crime analysis analytics and be able to give you guys much more detailed information on the exact issues we're working on and dealing with. The other things we achieved is we improved our training, not only for training funds, but we got to those 10-hour shifts we were shooting for that allow us to have that common training day and that overlap. So we're able to accomplish those things now. We're pretty happy about that. All right, here's your RoboCops and what they're accomplished over the last year and a half. These are all basically award ceremonies. I'm extremely proud of our people. You have up here Tanner Muckenthaler, who is a sergeant that received one of the IACP 40 Under 40 awards, one of only 25 in the United States to receive that last year, 15 others from outside the country. We have Cody Foster, who was just recognized by the Ozark Outlaws, which is retired law enforcement officers from pretty much the entire United States that reside in the Ozark region. And they always, once a year, recognize a regional law enforcement officer, and Cody won that and was just awarded that at the last Law Enforcement Week banquet. Then you see Sergeant Muckenthaler and Gamble, Officer Brendan Gamble up there with one of our residents that were awarded, that received awards from the governor's office and the state last year for their efforts in rescuing people. Then you have our officers that were selected as Officers of the Year for their efforts, as well as Chase Raines, who received our Officer of the Year award for the department. And then you see down there that mass swearing in that we had there last year to really get our numbers up. So very proud of that. And here they are at work. What I really want to point out, these are all community events that we were doing last year to help establish that legitimacy in the community. We don't want them to see us adversarial. Those comments that we heard earlier, I could not disagree more with them. We hire the best, we train them the best, and we really have good people. And if we notice something that's out of line, we deal with it. That's what these body cameras are for, so we can review their actions. But very proud. You'll see some of these young officers. Chad, which button do I do to highlight? Not working. All right. So if you look at the basketball one, that is one of our newer officers from that mass swearing in there with a senior training officer, obviously not having any problem interacting with the community. And then the very bottom center photo, that is our last national night out. Those are two officers that came straight down, were not being paid, came straight down from the police academy while they were in the police academy to participate in our national night out. That's the caliber of people that we're getting in the community for our officers. So we're very proud of it. The other photos there include our Citizens Police Academy, which we do have openings for right now for this next iteration. And this is a very brief summary of our operations. If you want an in-depth summary, I encourage you to sign up for that. Our light parade, obviously our Operation Blue Santa and Shopping with a Hero, and then our K-9 demos during Law Enforcement Week. So we do what we can to get out there in the community and show our community that, hey, we're not just out here to enforce. We would much rather build positive relationships and work with the community to make this a great place. For 2024, these are what we've had a busy year and we're rolling right into another busy one. So we want to move full steam ahead on the construction of the new police building. We have filled all of our police officer rankings. We've taken our ads down for police officers. I just appointed Sergeant Muckenthaler to run our vice unit today, so he starts next week in that role. We are proceeding forward with assessment so that we can promote a couple of new sergeants and hopefully next year also lieutenant. So we are moving forward on all of that. And we have that new CAD RMS system that we're going to be working on over about the next 8 months. Lieutenant Waymeyer is going to be pulling his beautiful hair out, working on that as our project manager, but it is something that we greatly need and will help move us into the 21st century policing as well. And with that, that concludes my report, hopefully close to 6 minutes. And if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to hear them.
Chief, very impressive. Just constantly impressive. Any members of the board have any comments or questions for the chief?
I would just echo the mayor's comment and say I'm super impressed with the department. I get a chance to, through civic organizations, see your officers come and do presentations and some of your crime staff and things, and just always well received. And you can just see our community absolutely appreciates our police department and supports you in every way. And I just want to echo, the BCPA organization that you started, I think is another outstanding example of that, of not only learning how a police officer's job does, but then being an organization that can go on to serve the police department, support the police department. So just a big thank you for everything your department is doing. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody from the audience? How about we give our chief of police an ovation?
And while I have everybody's captive attention, I do want to reiterate that we are not fully staffed yet. We have several dispatch positions, and our officers cannot do their jobs without our dispatchers. So if anybody's interested or has family members, it is a fantastic organization, and stay tuned for later on today, and we'll be talking about dispatch some more. Thank you.
Chief, Lieutenant Muckenthaler in the position as the head of the vice section?
Sergeant Muckenthaler, yes.
Sergeant Muckenthaler, okay. Will he be working with Trump to choose his new vice presidential candidate?
No.
Every group has one, and we found ours.
Good.
No other questions? Chief, thank you so much.
Your Honor, the next item is the annual performance report on the fire department for fiscal year 2023 and current status update for 2024 by Fire Chief Ted Martin.
Hello, Ted.
Good evening, Mayor, Board. Just a quick snapshot of 2023, a little bit of look to 2024 as well. I just want to make sure that we continue to build on the success of some great police officers, some great firefighters. Your public safety is rocking right now citywide. Our mission is to compassionately provide fire and rescue operations and risk reduction services and emergency preparedness to our citizens. And our goal is to achieve excellence through accreditation. So we're taking steps within an accreditation model to constantly work for excellence and to improve our services. So that's working within the community, working within the fleet, the apparatus, the guys in the back, making things happen here in our community. Forgive me, I haven't hit the button yet, so I got the right one. Very good, thank you. Next slide, when you look at the fire administration, the 5 operating divisions we'll run through real quick. Fire Station 4 was obviously a big topic last year. We successfully opened that in May of this year, and that's where Alex suggested I just stop and just brag about the fact that Fire Station 4 is open, and as of today, we're fully staffed. We'll talk about that more in just a second. The rescue engine 1 was placed in service, enhancing our rescue capabilities. We've made a model change from our apparatus a little bit to try to improve our services to the citizens. We've done ballistic equipment. I never thought we'd be doing so much Narcan and ballistic protection in the fire service, but that's the safety of our personnel and what we're serving today. 4 firefighters were hired right at the first of the year to attend the Missouri Workforce Development, so they've passed all their certification testing, and we're now fully staffed as well. Several grants were awarded for outdoor warning siren installation. We also did the source capture equipment for the exhaust in the fire stations, which reduces risk for our fire personnel as well. And we too are changing our records management system that will go live August 1st. So a lot of work being done by the staff internally to build that system out and to make that ready to go here in just a couple of weeks. In fact, we're training on it this week. Just a quick snapshot of the calls. We did actually just have a slight uptick. There's a little difference between the CAD and the calls we went to. But we made a strategic change this past year, that focused on reducing the responses to certain medical emergencies that maybe not were quite as critical. And we're also trying to continue to reduce the risk or the runs on false fire alarms. Those are 2 things that take a lot of our staff time and movement to the fleet. So hopefully we saw that. I always like to see those numbers go up, and our guys like to write red numbers in the book, is what we call it, in our log book. To me, that shows economic growth sometimes, when you see those calls go up from 200 calls years ago to almost 6,000 calls now, but now it was being more strategic about the type of calls that we're going to and how we're doing that. So I don't see that being a negative in this last fiscal year, as we're trying to be more responsible with our resources. So that was a big factor for us when we hit just about 6,000 calls for service this year. A few fun facts: Saturdays were our heaviest call volume, and July was the busiest year last year. So, and then we just roll into who the busiest crew. It wasn't this crew, but they're pretty busy as well. He wants to be the busiest, but not them today. And it's just not uncommon that we had a few fires break loose last year. The interesting stat from the 100 or so fires, structure fires, and vehicle fires, was that we had 4 intentionally set. And working with the police department, we had 1 good arrest last year out of that. So again, trying to reduce that risk from people that decided to do something foolish and start an intentional fire. So that was very successful to have an arrest come out of that. Of the $658,000 in fire loss, there was over $28 million, I believe, $23 million in property saved. So start doing the math between the fire loss and the fire save, and then put that risk model to the rest of the community, the cars, the houses, the commercial buildings, the theaters, how much money our city is worth, our property values are worth. So I like to see that number under $1 million every year. I think that's a very responsible number to have. But the biggest factor is just seeing what the firefighters accomplish in their training, their equipment, their desire to serve and go, that our fire saves remain very, very high out of those properties. So the firefighters truly are battle ready. Training and safety continues to be a big factor. Our firefighters are training junkies. They spend every waking free moment that they can learning a new skill, sharpening skills, and being battle ready. So they're working on certification programs for driver operator to be able to operate the aerials, to do the water tender or the tanker type, the swift water and boat operator are huge factors for a new service provided by our city as well. and then just being proficient in everything they do and all the certifications throughout the year. We also hired all the new firefighters this year, and that put a big toll on the training division, a one-man division, to do all the proficiency requirements for their probationary time period to get ready to serve on the apparatus. So very thankful for that, just as a constant moving, fast-moving process for our team. Safety obviously is a big factor. We are very proud to say that last year there were no fire-related injuries or deaths, and that's for our citizens, and most importantly as well for our firefighters. That's a big, a huge deal to us is safety. That's in our equipment. Like I said, we got the grant for the source capture system, and we do firefighter physicals annually for health and wellness, where we've captured one cardiac issue and a couple of cancer issues early. And those firefighters are able to correct those health issues and remain in service. The goal is to get them to retirement healthy and safe. In tech services, busy little department with our fire marshals and the support staff or the support of our team to be able to go out and do fire and life safety inspections. Again, not to be the badge heavy, code heavy on that side, is to help people reduce risk. How do we keep safe properties in our community? And we'll talk about that more probably in the next agenda item or two. So we're able to reduce that risk through the property inspections while you saw low fire losses and high fire saves, and then just focus on operational permits like pyrotechnics, fireworks, blasting. That all comes into play as well. And so this is just a great picture. Some of our guys doing their thing with the schools have a great little puppet program, and all kinds of different programs focused on risk reduction based on the type of business that we might respond to. And it might just get it to leave. Last division is emergency management. We just hired a new emergency management coordinator to be full-time dedicated to those programs that we were kind of doing on a part-time basis. Everybody just had a piece of it. And so we're very excited to see that movement forward in this year's fiscal budget by having the EMC in play to maintain our different plans, our different resources that we're required or mandated to do. And that includes things like the active shooter hostile event, to coordinate those resources with our emergency management partners across the community and the county. And then special event incident planning, where we work with police and public works and utilities and different entities just to make sure that we have safe parades and other large-scale special events in the community. The last thing is, I'd love to hear that every day our staff gets told thank you. Thank you, every day. Police officers get it, firefighters get it, and I think just the most important thing to say back is just thank you for your support. To the mayor, to the administrator, the board, all that comes into play, that we want to make sure that we make Branson that fire-safe vacation destination that we are, the fire-safe place to live, work, and play. So that's where our team is right now, as this quick snapshot of 23 and looking forward to 24 with a whole lot of work moving forward by a great staff. Any questions?
Ted, couldn't be more impressed. You run such a professional organization, and it tickles me every time I hear our citizens telling our police and fire thank you.
I'd love to speak for an hour, but Kathy said 6 minutes, so just to brag on the back row a little bit.
Yeah.
And these guys too. So.
Yeah, so I'll take up the next 45 minutes.
Thank you.
Boy, how comforting it is. The only suggestion that I was given, and it was by Chief Schmidt, was next year, would you all consider maybe ping pong instead of softball?
Could be pickleball, could be t-ball, could be something, but I'm pretty sure that the guys will still win. So,
Any members of the board have any comments, questions? Ralph?
Yeah, Ted, thank you so much for that briefing. You know, over the last couple of years, probably 2.5 years, you know, the thing that I've recognized and noticed, and not just from city staff to you as chief, but down to boots on the ground to all you guys that are doing the heavy lifting out there, is the open level of communication that's happening. And I think that is part and parcel, you know, kind of the reason that this machine is operating so efficiently and in all of public safety. And it's just a great honor for me to be part of that, simply because, and this whole board, in fact, and some board members before us that are no longer here, but you know, that was so vitally important to meet that mission vision of what you mentioned, to make this place safe for the residents and for all our visitors. And, you know, every day I see these guys up and down the road running code and doing all they do. And then I get to see them sometimes at Casey's getting soft drinks and things like that. But this community is honored to have these guys do what they do. And I'm thankful and grateful for them also. So thank you guys in the back for all that you do.
Mr. Mayor?
Arden?
I've had the opportunity to see the firemen at work and also at play. My son, having been a member of the fire department for several years and loved the group of guys that he worked with. And we've got a neighborhood that I live in that has many elderly people, of which I am not one.
That was my outside voice.
But we had a situation happen last year where we had a 91-year-old gentleman who called me and said he thought he needed to go to the emergency room. So I went over to his house and let myself in through his garage and went inside, and he was ready to leave. He had his walker with him, and I said, "Now, wait a minute, what's the problem?" He said, I've got a headache and a sore throat. I'm kind of dizzy. And I said, okay, well, I think you qualify to go to the emergency room, so let's go in your car instead of mine. Where are your keys? He said, well, they're on the counter. Well, they weren't on the counter. He said, well, maybe they're in the car. So we went out to the garage, and they were in the car because his car was running. It had been running from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 9:30 the next morning. And he was there in the house, and he was overcome with carbon monoxide. And Station 2 that serves our neighborhood did such an awesome job when they got there. They were so professional, and the first thing Nate said was, okay, everybody out of the house, because it tested 44 parts per million. And he said, this is a deadly level. And so they did a great job of bringing in their fans and clearing everything out, and they would not leave until the level was down where it needed to be, and just did a super, super job. And I've seen them more than once do this in the neighborhood with neighbors, and I am just so honored to be able to call you guys the Branson Fire Department.
Marshall?
Chief, you mentioned at least 4 incidents of arson last year. You know, I'm always cognizant of like the wildfires that are happening throughout the nation. And I wonder how sort of negligence falls into that. You know, the individual that flicked their cigarette and it caused the entire fire at the Duttons Theater and everything like that. And, you know, because of some awesome work that Kathy's done in revamping our communications department at the city, you know, with Maria and Lisa and everything, I wonder if there's some education things that we can do as far as that. Of course, you know, I've known you since you came to the schools years and years ago, but it's so easy. Sorry, Chief.
Was that an old joke?
I guess. You could take it that way, Clay. But I don't know. It's so easy for just a simple mistake to lead to something really tragic, especially in this area. So I wonder if maybe some education could fall into that.
We champion a lot of time in the media and the resources to get the messages out. A lot of that's seasonal. So we got dry a couple weeks ago, so we were having a lot of, actually for us, larger natural cover fires, but we're very thankful we have humidity and the green space compared to Colorado and California, for example. But that does happen. So we hit those markets, fireworks and Christmas season and Christmas lights and the theaters for pyrotechnics. It just goes on and on and on. So it's constant education to reduce risk.
Anybody else? Glenn?
Yeah, I just want to say it was an honor to be at the pinning of your 3 new firefighters today. It was great to hear all the traditions of the fire department that goes with that. And I'd encourage, I think you've got 1 more pinning coming, 2 more pinnings coming
2 more
up?
people.
One more pinning for 2 people, and you'll pretty much be full staff at that point. So if anybody ever has an opportunity to see one of those, I think it's great. It was also great to see the police department represented there too at your pinning. So I'd like to do something that that was brought up today at at your pinning, and this may come at great cost to me, but I see a lot of police or firemen in the room here. Let's see them, boys.
Oh, look at the mayor.
You owe me a beer.
Is it a full house? It is. I'm buying.
Yes, sir.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ted.
Your Honor, the next item is the update from the City of Branson Prosecutor on 2023-24 activities in progress.
We'll get a staff report from Caitlin. Cat. Wait a minute. We're in the middle of a meeting. We're going to lose a quorum. Kat, you ready for us?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Catalin Schmidt. I'm the city prosecutor. I'm joined tonight by my legal assistant, Kristen Burton, and we appreciate this opportunity to give an update about our office. So the prosecutor's office is responsible for prosecuting all city ordinance violations from many different departments. Since becoming our own department in 2022, we have established our own departmental mission and values, which include diligently prosecuting crime, advocating for victims, and ensuring fair and equitable treatment under the law. A quick recap of the life cycle of a citation and where we come into things. An officer, Officer Mendoza, goes out, he writes a traffic ticket. It goes to a sergeant, Sergeant Yartz, for approval. After that, it goes to the records department, who provides the case information to our department through a discovery process. Kristen does all the intake for that. I review it for facts, get some additional information, and then I file it with the court. The court accepts the case. It is set for an initial hearing. For anyone interested, we've included a more detailed analysis of the whole court process, different possible outcomes, etc., in our full report, which can be found online. But Alex told me I definitely did not have time to go over all of that. So let me skip through. How do I go back? I know I'm going too fast. This is new to me.
It's okay, take your time.
So, our office faces unique challenges serving in such a prominent tourist destination. For example, we have many long-distance defendants. They do not necessarily want to drive 10 hours to come back to Branson to take care of a citation. We receive many requests for remote resolution, and remote plea agreement options have been made available for resolving most cases without traveling back to Branson. And that is always a well-received option. We have also expanded our victim outreach efforts, as victims are also not always local. In certain cases, at the prosecutor's discretion, defendants are able to complete community service hours and receive a deferral in their case. Defendants completing community service hours are allowed to do so at any accredited 501c3 charitable organization now, even if it's out of state. So this is another way that we try to serve our tourists. It takes a community effort to achieve our goals of making Branson a safer place to visit and live. A few of our great community partners include the municipal court, the police and fire departments, code enforcement, the business license unit, Taney County Prosecutor's Office, Taney County Health Department, Brooks Wellness Center, Burrell Health, and SATOP, among many other programs. Let's get into some nitty-gritty of what we do every day. A quick highlight: since the prosecutor's office was created as a separate department in 2022, our office has been referred over 3,500 cases, resulting in over 5,000 charges being filed. For a comparable caseload analysis, we looked at the first 6 months of 2023 and the first 6 months now of 2024 year to date, and the numbers do show the continuing increases. Going back to our focus on victim impact, our office has always made an effort to obtain restitution to help bring further justice to the victims. Our office has requested and our court has ordered over $6,000 in restitution in the last 3 years. A more detailed analysis of the past 3 years shows an ever-increasing volume of cases. For example, year to date, we have filed 638 cases, 686 have been disposed. Obviously, that number includes some carrying over cases from previous years, and 543 of those disposed have been resulting in a guilty plea. A brief look at our trial statistics show 143 cases set for trial during the last 3 years. Not all of those cases will end up resulting in a trial proceeding. The defendants have the opportunity to plead out to their case at any point in the process, from their arraignment up to and including the morning of the trial, and that is actually often the case. Additionally, the defendant can fail to appear on the day of their trial, in which case a warrant is issued for their arrest, and that kind of begins the circle anew. Or I could issue a dismissal due to a last-minute uncooperative victim or a witness, but that is extremely rare. We wanted to highlight some of our completed projects from the last year. We revamped our prosecutor website, which is sorely needed, added the municipal court calendar and frequently asked questions, improved the contact the prosecutor features, links for paying fines or requesting new court dates from the municipal court office, and information relating to community service or substance abuse resources. We tended to see the same questions being asked over and over, and we thought that we could proactively answer some of those questions in an easy-to-access form online. We also developed a new flyer to be posted by the court at the security desk and in the admin office to provide an easy way for individuals to scan a QR code and access the Contact the Prosecutor form. Our office has also presented about court and legal processes to the Citizens Police Academy and has plans to continue doing so this year. And adding a legal assistant position full-time has given us the opportunity to streamline processes and data management, provide faster communication to defendants, and optimize the existing processes between the prosecutor's office, court, and police. I do not know what I did before Kristen, so thank you. We have several upcoming goals and some big projects lined up. We plan to further digitize and modernize our office, launching an e-subpoena platform, which I think the officers will really like, and will just make the entire process a lot more streamlined and easy for the scheduling of conflicts and whatnot. We also plan to improve the PD's discovery process, again, through our Carpel technology. There's some new features that are being updated or implemented. We also plan to continue increasing PD training opportunities by providing legal updates and in-person training, as well as expanding our own training opportunities in different conferences and projects and webinars that are available online. For any further questions beyond this point today, you can go ahead and scan that QR code, or you can always reach out to us in person as well, but I also welcome any questions now. Thank you.
Any board member have any questions for Kat? Anybody in the audience? Anybody have a ticket you want to talk about?
Thank you.
Kat, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
At this time, we're going to take a short recess. Thank you. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Hillary, where are we at?
We are on item 12. So, Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6465, an ordinance amending Chapter 22 and Appendix A fee schedule of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to short-term rentals.
So you've heard the first reading of Bill Number 6465. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Cherie. Hi, Cherie.
Okay, I want to make sure we got everything situated. Do we have our PowerPoint? Hey, okay. All right, so good evening, board, Mr. Mayor, Miss Kathy. Tonight, we're going to cover the changes and additions that we have for short-term rental code. Tonight, I have with me Haley Mendoza. She's our short-term rental guru. And Matthew Henry, come on down. He's our business license compliance manager. So they're here to help with the presentation and to answer any questions that we have. Okay, so this is the first reading of our code since our study session in March. Since then, we have gained some new faces to the board, so we would like to welcome Artie and Glenn. Yay! And hi, Clay. All right, so to recap our study session, we found that our short-term rentals, formerly known as nightly rentals, had some safety and growth opportunities. Short-term rentals, or Airbnbs, are a rapidly growing industry that have taken the world by storm. This industry boom has led municipalities, not just here in Branson, but everywhere, to rethink, readjust, and add pieces of code where needed. While this adds to the workload, short-term rentals are a huge blessing to the business owners, the city of Branson, and of course, the 10 million visitors that come to play and hang out with us yearly. Our study session aimed to highlight where our opportunities are and not sugarcoat the ugly truths. Sorry, I can't get my fingers to work. Here we go. Nope, still not. All right. The main one is the grandfathered-in policy of allowing umbrella license is hindering the safety of our rentals. Also, the lack of short-term rental-specific code kept the door open for loopholes, code confusion, and our business owners not having the direction they need to be successful. In the 4 months since our study session, we have been in constant communication with our fantastic attorneys. Thank you, Holly, who have patiently crafted this piece of code. A really trusted source told me that the board and the mayor really love it when you read the code line by line very slowly. So let's do that now. Okay, I'm just kidding, but this is the code that we are going to be covering tonight. I know you all have read it because I have received many, many questions from you all, and I really do appreciate your input, your thought-provoking questions, and the sacrifice of your time to review this and to give your input.
Hillary, next item.
Wait, stay with me. Okay, so now here is Haley Mendoza, our short-term rental guru, to begin the process of breaking down our different pieces of the new code.
Thank you, Cherie. As Cherie mentioned, my name is Haley, and I work very closely with our short-term rentals. Our code pieces that we're presenting are clarification-centered versus change-centered. So what do I mean by that? The majority of the code explains things we're already doing, but we're going to put them into words, which will eliminate any guesswork by giving us a place to refer to. Our first clarification is found in the definitions. Code section 22-1. We've been using the license type and term property manager for years, but what is a property manager? If I'm filling out a new application, how do I know if I'm a property manager? Now there's a place to go. Same for primary residence, short-term rental, and short-term rental owner. Other pieces of the code are represented because of the change in wording from nightly rental to short-term rental. Short-term rental is a more widely universal term, which is why we're switching. An example of this is code section 22-36, which specifies that short-term rentals cannot operate in low-density residential districts. This hasn't changed at all from the previous code guidelines, with the exception of switching nightly rental to short-term rental.
If we jump down to code section 22-457, we included a section about proof of operation. Again, this is another clarifying piece. You were already not permitted to operate a short-term rental without an active business license, but we now specify what operating a short-term rental means. If I post an ad on Airbnb, but no one has booked my rental, I could theoretically argue that I wasn't operating and didn't need a license. This section says that if you're placing signs or advertising or publicizing that you have a short-term rental to rent using any media soliciting the short-term rental and or turning in tax documentations, you are in fact operating. Now for records and records retention in Code Section 22-460. Our business owners already know to keep records for potential audits. Per our current code, Section 82-98, examinations of books and records. Our current code requires at least 3 years of records for potential audits. But what do short-term rental records look like? We can now state that the records that can be requested should include the total number of nights the short-term rental was rented, the dates it was rented, and the amounts charged minus fees, and what online platforms were used. We're not looking for any guest information. We're not looking for the cleaning companies used or any personal documentations. We just need facts and numbers, and Code Section 22-460 lets our business owners and our operators know that. Code Section 22-453 also adds a caveat to property managers. They are responsible for keeping records, and they shall be transferred to the short-term rental owner if the owner decides to run the property themselves or switch property managers.
The business name gets a little muddy with short-term rentals and property managers. So now with Code Section 22-455, we know that the business name listed on the business license must match the name used in signage, advertising, and business activities. So if your short-term rental ad on Airbnb looks like this, with Mountain Oasis at the top, then your business license needs to say Mountain Oasis. And if you're putting signage in front of your property, it also needs to say Mountain Oasis, and the name Mountain Oasis should be registered to you so no one else can use it. So your name is your name is your name. This provides a clear direction on where your business name needs to be reflected. Now, just for clarification, if you were a property manager, this would be whatever the rental is. So that's the business name on there, so the doing business as name. So, just like that, we've already reviewed about half of it. So we're moving right along. So we finished all of our clarification pieces. So now for our changes. Our goal with these changes is not to make anyone's life harder. We want our visitors safer. So we could have pulled out all the PowerPoint bells and whistles, but sometimes the best way to visualize something is to see it. So this is our nightly rental, Mountain Oasis. And we do have everything on the screen right behind me for everyone in the audience that doesn't have Superman vision. That is cute. So if we look at the inside of our short-term rental, we have a couple of documents posted on the door. These are example documents, but we plan to provide a document with the application that the business owner can use. Code Section 22-459 on safety measures reads, safety plan shall be posted within the short-term rental in a place that is easily visible to guests and in each guest bedroom. The safety plan shall include an evacuation plan indicating fire exits and escape routes, and a safety plan for hazardous weather. It does go on to explain that the plan should also specify where safety equipment is located, such as like the fire extinguishers, etc. This may, on the surface, seem or feel unnecessary, but let's think about our weather this year. How many times have we been living our lives and then suddenly received a tornado warning alert on our phones out of nowhere? Yeah, that's happened. So visitors from regions without tornadoes have no framework for what they need to do and where they need to go. This form will give that a reference, give them a reference point. It will also give them the address of the unit. If something happens to a child's guardian and they must call 911 for mom, dad, grandparent, they are not gonna have time or even the ability maybe to open the phone, check the email, find the address, or have an adult under stress may lose the fine motor skills they need to pull up Google Pins or remember where they are. In the event of an emergency, these resources will play a key role in keeping people safe. And in the event of an emergency, we have specified in Code Section 22-453 that property managers will need to respond, whether that is a phone call or in person, to the property within an hour. This is something that we've already been doing with our emergency contact forms that get turned in with the business license application. And we've had a lot of positive feedback on the forms and their focus on safety. So those are going to be the changes that take place in the unit. Ensure the safety plans are posted and any signage matches, easy peasy. That's all you have to do with your actual unit. But there are a few changes that will happen behind the scenes. The first behind the scene change we'll be implementing is that if an application is incomplete or not in compliance with the requirements, that application will, with written notice and after 60 days, then it will be denied. So what other changes are we looking forward to, Sheree?
Okay. Other changes include fees. A fee increase for the short-term rental business license from $50 annually to $100. We explained in our study session that our fee scale has not changed since 1987, so that's been 37 years. The fee scale will no longer be employee-based and will be the flat rate, and will use the current renewal schedule of May 1st through April 30th. The fees can also be adjusted annually with board approval. Then the increase from 50 to 100 will not go into effect until the next renewal season, which is May 1st, 2025. Other monetary mentions. The tourism tax deposit for short-term rentals is mentioned in Code Section 22-456. This section is once again for clarification. The short-term rentals already have a tourism bond and remit tourism taxes. Every short-term rental is a separate business, requires a separate tourism bond, and must remit tourism tax. In Code Section 22-458, modifications to license information. The short-term rental world changes drastically and quickly. We ask that owners or property managers let us know within 14 days if they change something related to their short-term rental license information. This would include changes in mailing address, email address, phone number, contact information, partners, anything like that, etc. For fire inspections, we won't go into the fire code weeds, but we did include a section that speaks on inspection timeframes. By enforcing our code about licensing every property, we will add anywhere from 800 to 900 inspections annually. This is astronomical, and we agree that we will need to hire additional staff to compensate for this huge increase in workload, or we're also looking at outsourcing it too. So we also have that as an option. That being said, we have added a piece of code, Section 22-454, that states that short-term rental inspections will go from once a year to every 3 years, and that the inspections will be transferable with the property. So we hope that helps offset some of that too. If the policy or fire department receives a safety complaint, they can opt to inspect the property even though it's already been inspected within that 3-year limit. And as per our study session, for the first year, businesses will receive a grace period to have property inspections completed. All right. Okay, we're also looking at adding short-term rental permit to fund the additional inspections and to improve the safety of our residents. This will be going to the Planning Commission in September for their approval. This permit gives the city more resources to protect the residents and our neighbors. There will be additional costs to cover the workload and the fire staff. After some debate, we opted to put the permit piece with the business license portions of the code so that all of our short-term rental information would be together. The permit will fall under the direction and control of the planning director. When you're reading through the code, as we have it, some pieces will seem redundant, and that's because some of it's for permitting of short-term rentals and some of it's for licensing short-term rental, and they're a very similar process. And that's everything. That's everything. The timeline of any changes will be at the next renewal season, May 1st, 2025, and we are here for any questions that you guys have.
You've heard, so any members of this board have any questions or comments for Sheree.
Mr. Mayor.
Marshall?
Okay, Sheree, my question involves the naming, when you said the name has to match the listing and all that kind of thing. Okay. So I'm understanding, and help me out if I'm correct on this, an individual business license for each individual unit that you have. Okay. Makes sense. I'm understanding why you would want to, not let them fall through the cracks or not have some of them inspected and only your main one inspected. I am imagining a scenario, though, where, are you suggesting someone should have a separate EIN number for every single one of their, and a separate incorporation number? Okay, so that's where the naming kind of is a little challenging. And so I'll give a couple examples. I'm an owner of an Airbnb, okay? So my incorporation number is going to have Howden Hospitality, right? That's not necessarily what I'm going to name my Airbnb. If I had 15 of them, I wouldn't necessarily want to put it on there. And also, those names on Airbnb, they're not necessarily names. They're actually advertisements. A lot of times you put coziest condo in the area, things like that. So in understanding what we're trying to do by having each individual piece here, that's the only thing I'm kind of getting stuck on. So maybe you could discuss the rationale and we could kind of discuss that. So.
Yes, and actually, I do remember the last time we were here, you said you were getting one, so congratulations on it. I hear they're a really great business. So whenever we build our names in our name file business licensing system, we do it by the DBA, so that doing business as name. Because if you recall from the study session, there was one in particular, they have 167. We have our concern whenever we go to licensing them all, we don't want Cherie LLC 167 times and then us have to go into each one and kind of figure it out. Typically, they all do already have cute names that they use. Now, if somebody were wanting to use like an advertisement on Airbnb, we would just see if like they could put it somewhere in there, even at the bottom of the listing. And that's partly just for like them to say, hey, no, I've got a license, but without putting any sort of information on there that could potentially give away their whereabouts or anything that would make their Airbnb not safe. So that's kind of our thought behind that. So it's more of putting the DBA on there versus the LLC or the owner on it.
Somewhere in the description.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Can I just ask a related question to that, if I may?
Hold on a sec. Are you done, Marshall? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Just related to that, I assume if somebody wanted to essentially have a protected name, that a suitable way, if I had an LLC, rather than filing multiple LLCs, I could file fictitious names with the Secretary of State, right? And then I've got those names, and that's what I would use for the business registration?
Yes, so we call it like doing business as on the business license application, but it's a fictitious name. Yes, that's exactly what it would be. Because there are a lot of people who do even not own an LLC, they use their personal name, and we would never ask anybody to put that online. Yeah, so yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then I just want to make a comment on the safety things. I know we've been talking about this for a long time, and a number of us have spent a lot of time looking at this ordinance. I was mentioning to Alex the other day that to my shock, when I was in church on Sunday, our pastor said that one of our missionary pastors from Asia that was from the U.S. had come back for a family reunion with 12 family members, rented an Airbnb. They had a fire in the Airbnb. 6 of the family members were killed. Oh, so I think these life safety issues, I hope nobody looks at these and say these are onerous when you hear those kinds of stories. I think these seem like pretty basic requirements that we should be able to meet, and frankly, other than maybe the directional signs and things, it's things we'd have in our own homes anyhow, just to protect our own families. So thanks for paying attention to that.
Haley, another solution may be maybe just include the license number instead of trying to keep the names all separate.
Which, that's definitely something that we could talk about.
That was my question. So if I have Clay Cooper LLC and I have 10 condos, you're wanting a specific different name for all 10 condos?
Yes.
It could also be the address.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're just using it for tracking, I mean, the address would be the way to track it.
Yes,
If
we
they're
just-
all under Clay Cooper LLC,
But
well,
some properties, some of them, they don't want to put the address up,
what do you
It
think?
allows.
right? They don't want to put addresses on. Put a license number.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like an address, like Airbnb specifically has safety features, so you
That's
can't
right. You can't
find
get
the
their
exact address until you book it.
That's right.
Just so people can't be like, oh, that's an empty house, or.
Well, no, but you guys will know, and you're just want it to be able to track, to keep up with how many each of these LLCs have. So wouldn't each of these condos have a specific address that you'd know, okay, well, Cooper LLC has a 210 blah, blah lane, and he's got this one at blah, blah, blah avenue or whatever.
Which, and that would be an option too. It would just, how our system is built, we'd have to remember which address to go with which one.
Yep. We can do that.
Got a numbering system as, yeah, yeah.
Any other aldermen? Time for questions, comments from the audience, and I do appreciate your patience.
One more question. So the inspection went from 1 year to 3 years? Okay.
And it is transferable, so if a property owner gets it and sells it, it will still go to the new property owner for the remainder of that time. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is for 3 years, and then it is transferable, because actually a lot of our property owners change hands quite a bit. So if they sell it and they still have 2 years left, then the inspection's still good for the remainder of the 2 years.
And I do think that emergency guide's a good thing to have there for people. My wife got locked in a restroom in Kansas a couple weeks ago, and she calls 911, and they're like, "Where are you?" And she's like, "I don't know." You know, she was in there for like an hour before they could get her out. So that, because most people don't know. I don't know where I'm at, or, yeah, that's a good idea.
I worked in dispatch for a little bit, and that was a very common thing. People would call with chest pains and have no idea where they were.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Ask them to go outside, look at the address of the street.
Yeah.
Something that hasn't been commented is another big advantage of this is one issue with some of our single-family residents that wanted to turn them into short-term rentals. Prior to this, they were required to have a fire sprinkler system, right? So we discussed that at our study session, $25,000, $30,000. And so now they're just required to have the fire extinguisher, right? So between the exit map and the fire extinguisher, that's a big give for this. What?
Well, there's an ordinance following this, so it's after ours, and Ted's presenting it, so.
It's in the ordinance?
The next
Okay.
one.
Oh, on the next item.
Because fire falls under a different, we had to separate it.
So
according
before
to
we ask
legal.
questions, should we have fire presentation?
It's up to you.
Mayor, can I bring up something?
Sure.
So I just want to lay it out here, right? The biggest, most significant impacting change that I see that we're doing to this industry is the per property license fee, which is definitely a drastic change from what it's been forever. And I'm remembering at the study session, you all had put some facts and figures together. We compared ourselves to like cities and communities to see what they were doing. And then we looked at the number of properties that are managed, the multiple number of properties that are managed, say, by one manager or one owner, if you will, and how that particular owner or manager was required to pay a $50 license fee one time, right? And they could have 25, 30, 167 properties for a $50 license fee. And as you can all imagine, we're not about raising fees for the sake of raising fees. We're not trying to make money on the backs of people in this industry. It's a great industry that provides a terrific service to our visitors and to the property owners. So we want people in this industry to be successful and profitable, but we also have to manage what our workload is. And when you've got a fee that hasn't been raised since 1987, you know, you got to start really asking serious questions about it's just not, certainly not kept up with the needs and the workload that's entailed in trying to do this right. So, and did you just want to go over that real quick, those examples for the audience? I think would be helpful, just briefly.
Yes, ma'am. So like for Business A, and these are real examples based on real businesses within the city. So Business A is one business, and this is their gross receipts for 2023. And the impact of the code change, once we also do the permit fee as well, that's coming before the board in September, it will be $250. And so that's a 0.8% impact based on their gross receipts. And then Business T, they have 4 short-term rentals. The impact would be 0.9% of their gross receipts. And then our largest one that has 167 businesses, their impact would be 0.6% of their gross receipts.
Okay, now I'd like to hear from the audience. Come on up. Yes.
I just wanted to clarify something as far as the permitting versus the business license. So in section 22-452, you're requiring the owner to still get a business license? So the owner does have to do the work for that? No, the property manager can do it. Well, it doesn't state that. It says owner only. Section 22-452.
Sir, can we get your name for the record, really?
John Holsizer.
Thank you.
And I would suggest the more productive way for us to do this, ladies, is just listen to everybody's remarks, make notes, and then we'll double back, okay?
Did you have anything else, John?
Hi, Frederick McAdera for the record. One thing I want to comment on this is when you look at an individual business owner, that's the gross receipts, and they keep that. As a business, as you get larger, as a property manager, you're generally only keeping a small percentage of those gross receipts. So an actual impact to their business is much more than that. Also, the administrative burden put on that business to file individual license for all the properties that we have is a large dollar amount that is impact to that business. So that needs to be taken into consideration as well. And we presently do have all of our nightly rentals. We manage 29, not a huge number, but we do. With the city, they have all of our addresses. They know where all of our properties are located. They know we're listed. You can request from the online travel OTAs, online travel organizations, Airbnb, VRBO, as a municipality to have a record of each business in your location, each property in your location. Very easy to run a check on a database against, here's what we know we have, here's what Airbnb says they have. How does that line up? Focus on enforcement and collect those taxes that are due to you. Don't focus on new penalties to the business owners who are bringing money and jobs and economic impact to the environment. So it's, you know, we put, and we're small, but we put about $400,000 in pay to cleaners, handymen, local businesses, city taxes, and we pay. So when things like this come on, it's just more administrative burden, makes it more difficult to do business with the city. We want to be a city that's friendly to businesses. We want to be a city that's friendly to our tourists, to our constituents, and our city staff. So thank you.
What was your name again, sir? I'm sorry.
Frederick.
Okay.
Who else? A couple of you, gave up your chance up front. I want to hear from you, please.
Brad Youngblood, and I want to say thank you guys for all the work you guys do. You know, I know as, you know, a lot of you guys are business owners, and, you know, you probably understand a lot of our side where we're coming from on short-term rentals, and obviously, you know, we want to just be treated fairly. You know, I'm native Taney County, and I've got my investments in Taney County, and I want to keep them in Taney County. But at this point, with assessors coming after us, the over-regulation, the more permits, the next inspection, the extra, you know, burdens that are constantly getting hit at us, it's coming to the point that myself, my investors, you know, they don't want to do business here. They want somebody that says, hey, we welcome your business. How can we help you? You know, we'd love to have your tax dollars, and we love, you know, what you're doing for our economy. And, you know, I know trying to regulate them and, you know, for safety, I understand all that. But if you know a vacation rental owner they have some of the most pristine properties that are on the market. It's a very, very competitive market. So you're not going to come to very many vacation rentals that you're not going to get wowed over or clean or safety checked, because the reviews are going to oust those people. I'm sorry. I mean, it's the reviews are going to make you and break you. And if you get one-star review, they'll pull you off the listing. So it's those things like that. It's just like we just need to find some common ground that makes it simpler for us to say, hey, let's work together, let's figure this out, and not keep trying to, change the wheel, keep evolving, because there's no need to evolve. Let's get a system that works for everybody, and we just work together and make it profitable. Because I want to be able to profit. There's no profit in it right now. There really isn't. With increase of interest rates, the taxes that are hitting us right now. The rents are down, and so people are struggling. And I don't know, you're a real estate man. You see the inventory that's coming up on the market, that's short-term rental right now. And if we don't change the way we think about it, it's going to get worse before it's going to get better. So thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Brian, Brian, do you mind? It's Brian, right? Brad.
Yep.
What is it about? Because I do understand what Kathy's saying. It's been 1987, and I know that we had a discussion with the chief a while back about just the fact that if somebody has 100 companies and only one's registered, there might be a lot of those that are not getting inspected because they don't even know about them. I just wanted to hear your side of what is it about what's been presented to you tonight that you don't like or you think would hurt your industry, or you?
Well, I think the 3 years, having to come up with our numbers of 3 years, unless it's going to be a benefit to us and our tax burden that we're dealing with right now.
The 3-year inspections?
No, the 3 years of data or the numbers that need to be pulled if they're requested.
Excuse me.
So.
What's that?
That's if you're audited, and actually the code already requires that. In section, it's
Okay.
already.
Use microphone, please, Sharon.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Hi, I'm sorry, Brad.
Go ahead.
So actually, that's already in code. Section 8298 does say that we can audit businesses for up to 3 years and that they are required to retain records. With short-term rentals, we just wanted to specify what records they needed so that they didn't keep too much information. We don't want your customers' names. We don't want your cleaning company's names. We told you exactly what we're looking for, so if we ever do need to do an audit, you have that information available.
Brad, what say you?
Yeah, what else, Brad?
So basically, that becomes kind of like an IRS situation. No offense, but that's basically what you're saying, that, hey, if we don't feel that your numbers are accurate or we can basically audit you on your numbers. So to me, that's a little bit overreach, but, I'm not here to interpret. But, what I am here to say is, we want to operate in the most proficient way that still makes sense for everybody, and still have everybody here that says, hey, we're welcome. We're going to be welcoming, or we're just going to say, hey, we're just going to pull the plug on short-term rental. That's where it is. It's a system that, it's like, why do we have to keep reinventing the wheel ever so often? And those are kind of things like, to hear the fire suppression may go away. That's a huge burden for anybody that buys a property. I understand safety risks and things like that, but we all have safety risks when we walk into our house every night.
Are you talking about for single-family homes?
Yeah, for single-family homes.
Which you're going to hear, which you haven't heard
yet. Exactly, and that's, I'm just coming.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's a big deal, because, we get into the city. I don't want to put money into the city, because when I put something up, I have to put a $30,000 system, and the city don't even provide enough water pressure to operate my system, which now I have to get an expensive holding tank to operate my system.
Okay, but now you won't, right?
And now we won't. And so that is a big deal. And like I said, we appreciate that. And, I know all of you here has got family that's been to a vacation rental, and most of them don't have these systems. Most of these, it comes back to common sense. I was like, I'm looking around here, I don't see an evacuation plan here, but I have enough common sense to walk out that door and go back where I came from. That's all I'm saying. So, I mean, it's just, you got to put some common sense to it.
Yeah, Brad, so we're really wanting to hear because, and I'm with you on the business side, but I need to keep all my records for our taxes anyway, right? So I don't see it as an extra burden that the city's putting on. You're doing it anyway. The fire sprinklers we're going to hear about soon. What else? Because the last thing we want to hear is you'd be hesitant about doing more of this business in Branson because of blank. So I'm really interested in what that blank is.
That's my question.
Right, even with down to, this is from secondhand information, but it is from a very reliable source that does a lot of business in Branson, that even the building department is having to come in armed with escorts. I don't know if that's true or not, but it came with a very, very reliable source. So, if that's how we're doing business here, that people need to really step back and take a look and, what can we do better? So.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, man. I'm not saying that short-term rentals is a brand new thing. It's been around for a while. But the prevalence of the Airbnbs in this community is somewhat new. This board is also fairly new. A lot of us just got elected 3 years ago, 2 years ago. We're taking a crack at this to make sure that we're kind of seeing the overview of all this.
Yeah.
I can tell you, there's not going to be an appetite from this alderman to come back next year and move the goalpost, and then move the goalpost after that. I understand your concerns, but I'm here to tell you, at least from me as one alderman, I'm not interested in coming back next year and piling on what you, like I said, I'm an owner just like you are, So I can at least give you that assurance from me as one alderman, that this is our crack at it. We want to kind of get everything on the books and the way it is, including, I think, some things that are lessening the burden on you guys. So, totally hearing what you're saying. I just want to share, at least from my perspective, that I have a similar philosophy from you, and that it's not going to be keep on piling on things in the future. So
We truly do appreciate that, and it's hard to make these decisions when it's not coming from the source, I don't know if you put together a group that owns short-term rental to be able to collaborate, versus people that doesn't have that experience other than just all these people are making money. How can we, the next fee layer, and so that's all. It's not, not that we don't think that should be some kind of regulations, but just want to be treated fairly. That's it.
Yeah, and Brett, in March, we did have a study session, right? It was an open session with the community, and there was not as much formality because it was more of an exchange. So we always want to hear from the community, especially from the business owners, especially for the business owners on the topic that we're talking about, like yourself.
Right. So
It's just, we as aldermen, we're wanting to hear specifically what is it, because I don't want you leaving saying, screw this.
Well, and obviously, there's a lot of you guys are business owner, and we don't want to operate at a deficit. That doesn't make sense to be as a business owner. So, but it's coming to the point that, like I said, you've got these assessors that right now that are very anti-vacation rental because they might have a vacation rental 2 doors down for them,
right.
And they want to come after you, and it's just like it's like this is what's pumping millions and millions of dollars into this economy, and they just want to just kind of try to get rid of it, which it doesn't make any sense. But, you get a lot of these natives that's been here for years and years and years that really don't want the change and don't understand it. So, I mean, I'm just, that's basically what I've got to say, so.
Okay. Brad, I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. I'm probably not going to get the same applause as the fire chief or.
Okay, we want to hear from more, yes.
My name's Christine McAdara. I just want to speak to 3 things. Number one, so we've got the 29 in town. We don't use naming conventions for our Airbnbs. I think what they said previously is that that's constantly changing. It's taking from an internal name or like your tagline. So I think you probably need to reevaluate that. I could see you putting a permit number in, perhaps, that would make sense. I think secondly, I'm wondering if this is coming from a point of enforcement. You feel like a lot of people are not paying their taxes and perhaps filing for their permit as they should. But like Scott had said previously, you can work with Airbnb to get a list of all of those addresses, and then you can compare against your own files and make sure that everyone's compliant. Like right now, we pay one fee, but we list all of our addresses. So you're able to see that those are already registered. I'm not sure, have you done a cost feasibility study that $100 per place would even cover your costs, your increased costs to file all of these? I'm not sure that it's worth doing because I'm not sure what you're going to gain from it, I guess is my biggest question. And then the other thing is we really want to remain, so I'm an Airbnb ambassador and I'm an Airbnb community leader from Missouri, and I had no idea there were talks going on in March. So it might be positive to go directly to some of those sites and see who you can use as a liaison, who you can speak to. Because we really want to be STR friendly, short-term rental friendly in Branson, because it increases everybody's revenue. So the more places we have to stay, obviously the more people come and the more other businesses come in. So I think that's important. And then the last thing would be, for instance, we have a one-room, it's almost like a hotel in Stonebridge. And then there's a lot of those within town as well. So if you're registering each of those as an individual business, it's much like asking a hotel to register each room, which is not something we do. So I think you might be doing the wrong comparison in what you're trying to control. So that's it.
Mayor, if I can follow up on that.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Christine.
Christine? Would you be kind enough just to send like a really quick summary email?
Sure, yeah.
To me, to Kathy Stepp, and send it to me, and then we can just kind of evaluate some of those internal working parts.
Sure.
To make sure we don't make it more confusing or difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay. And also I wanted to just say, we have done lots of comparisons. We talked about the like communities around the country, what different tourism communities are going through and trying to manage the workload and the influx of the short-term rental market, which again is great and positive. We're not in any way trying to be punitive or enforcement-minded on any of this. Our sole goal is have our license fees kept up with inflation as well as workload, and they certainly haven't. And this extra $50 is going to help us on one single permit. And then almost all the communities we looked at charge per property on their fees. And so Branson was one of the very few nationwide that actually allowed this umbrella licensing type of approach. And so we've compared ourselves very critically and really we're like, what's the minimum that we can do to try and get us a little bit more up to speed with what's going on in the world around us and get us caught up, so to speak. But again, we appreciate you all and what you give and your sacrifice and risk in having these properties.
My question would just be, what do you gain though by doing a specific license for each place versus us giving you a list of our 10 addresses? What do you gain by licensing individually?
So we did so when we started this, when I first got with the city of Branson, they wanted me to start working on short-term rentals. So the first thing we did was reach out to Airbnb because that makes sense, right? They refused to give us any information. So what we did was we did RFQ. We had a couple of vendors submit, and they were going to give us a listing of every address. Their fees were insane. So if we were to pass those fees on to the businesses, it would be almost 10 times what we're increasing. So we looked at how can we manage this? We are a tourism town. How can we manage our short-term rentals? And so what we did was, Kathy's right, we looked at 50 cities. And we were the only one that does this weird umbrella policy. And actually our code does require each business to have a business license. We're just not operating and following the current code. The reason behind it is just for us to manage it. So like what we noticed is when we started our thing is we would go, at first we started just hitting the pavement and we would find properties that we knew was not registered within the city. And so when we would reach out to the owners, they were like, oh yeah, we just forgot to update our listing. And that happened over and over and over and we couldn't get any traction. So when we did our research, we're like, oh, that's why the tourist towns all require every individual business to license because that's the only way to manage it and that's the only way to monitor it. If we don't require that, we cannot manage it. We just keep doing this crazy little circle.
I still don't quite understand how that's going to catch the individual owners who aren't registering though. Because like for us, we are compliant, we update them all. So how will you narrow that down?
I got your answer. Okay, so we have a fancy mapping system. We worked with our GSI team. So what we have is we know where the nightly rental areas are. And so on our mapping system, we know which ones are registered. It's a little green dot. We know which ones are not registered, and we know which ones are kind of working through issues. And which ones we're investigating. So we have different color codes. And so with that information, that's how we're now managing it. That's how we're now finding properties that are not registered through the city, is through our mapping system. Because we know the high nightly rental areas. You have this big unit, you have 8 of the units registered, but these 2 aren't. We go and we investigate why.
I think the issue is the separate fee. I'm not sure what you're gaining by a separate fee.
It's not
Well,
even the
because
separate- it's not even the separate
every
fee.
time they inspect, there's 2 or 3 firemen that show up there, and they have to spend hours, and so.
Yeah, that's fine, that's different. Yeah.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is if you have 10 properties listed and you're paying for 1, they're still having to inspect all of those, and this way, this helps offset the cost for each unit.
But we'd also be paying a $100 permit fee.
Right. Can I address that?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the permit fee, what that covers is what we do to license it through our department. And then the monthly tourism tax that we collect, we have to manage that. And my people have to record that and we have to track that. So that helps cover that cost. And then the permitting fee will cover the inspections. So we have planning, we have fire, we have various people that show up and do the inspections.
So as Maya to understand that, I'm going to have to file 29 different tourism tax filings by hand manually now and call you 30 different times, 30 different credit card payments? Okay, so I don't mind the increase in fees. I understand that things cost more money, no problem. I don't even mind paying for all 30 units or 29 units or however many. I'd like to expand. I have no problem paying $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in fees. Not a problem. It's the separate individual licensing of each individual unit and the burden of the paperwork. And if there's an automated system and upload things for proof of compliance, and so it asks us to provide a copy of the fire inspection. Why should we have to provide a copy of the fire inspection provided by the city? Why can't the city provide that to the city? There's a lot of the moving parts here. We're stuck in 1996 here, guys, for a lot of the things the city does. There are automated ways of taking care of a lot of these items that help reduce the burden on the business, because you're not just talking about me paying $100 per property twice, so $6,000 for 30 properties. I have to provide my own time, which costs money, or people that I hire to do this work, and it's a much larger burden than there is currently right now when I do file my tax license, which I agree is a very good deal. $50 is wonderful. But I provide you all the information that I've ever been asked for and required, which is more than enough to comply with what you're going on now, except the permitting part. And we do put fire and safety information in our buildings. We put numbers on it already, so that's no big deal. I'm in favor of those. I think that's great. The amount of administrative burden that is going to be put on businesses is great. For one person, no big deal. But for the larger companies, the 167, that's a full-time job for someone.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Frederick McAdera.
Oh,
I go
you're
by
Frederick,
Scott.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Frederick, we are looking at automation.
Okay.
For
I was
sure.
promised that several years ago.
You don't want to do, well, that was a different administration.
Yeah, I understand.
So we have brought in a new accounting system, Tyler. So we wrote out the financial piece already. We rolled that out in April. So license and permits, we will be rolling that piece out, and we hope to relieve the burden. So that is something we're looking at and we are actually doing. What was I going to say? I'm sorry, I lost my thought.
And just to be clear, under ordinance number 22-30, which we are not changing, requires a separate license at each address at which a business entity operates. So as she said before, that's already in code. We just really hadn't been enforcing it.
And so I would suggest changing the code. And you're changing the code now. Why not have, you can issue for one application 30 different licenses. We're Branson Lakes Lodging. All of our documentation says Branson Lakes Lodging. But we have 30 different properties that are owned by, or 29 different properties that are owned by, 15 different owners. So having that individual burden on the company to manage that is going to be a lot of work. And it's going to be a lot of work for you guys. It's a lot more work for the city itself to process all that paperwork.
Unless it's automated.
Yeah.
I mean, our fingers are really crossed about that. We really, we're on your side about it.
Yeah, okay.
And we agree about 1996.
Yeah.
For sure. So your guys' question was about like, why the licensing? A big part of that is it puts it into the system.
Okay.
So
I
like, why
understand
individual do it? So you are sending in your list. And I would venture to say any property manager who shows up to speak is the one doing everything perfect. A big part of it and why in this process that I was finding is how many property managers had an alarming amount of them that weren't inspected. And I'm not going to put that on blast, but that's what sends it over to Ted's team for them to know, hey, this is a problem. So that's kind of how that
No, I'm very
connects.
very happy for the 3-year inspection period. I want there to be consideration for the permit to be 3 years.
Use the microphone, please.
I said I'm very happy for the 3-year inspection period, and I'm sure, the fire department's gone, but I'm sure they're happy as well. But I would also like to consider the permit, if things are transferable and, safety is paramount, sure, if you're gonna do 3 years on the permit for, fire permit, why not do 3 years for the operational permit as well? That will reduce the city's overhead, and in burden while still collecting. You could triple the fee. You could still make it an annual fee, but reduce the amount of administrative overhead and burden on the businesses to operate by making that a 3-year, either 3-year permit or 3-year license as well. I think you would still have a high degree of compliance, and especially from the people who do register, and it would just make things generally easier to do business with the city of Branson. The other thing I didn't see in here, was there an enforcement section? How are you guys going to go after people who aren't compliant? Because there's a lot of money being left, well, supposedly a lot of money being left on the table by non-compliance. So, okay, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Frederick, thank you so much.
So in code, we do currently have a section that talks about enforcement. And there's a few different scenarios, but, you could have someone who is licensed. And maybe if we go in and do an audit and we find out that they're not reporting or falsifying documents, then we can go through a revocation process. I don't have that pulled up here, but it's very detailed and laid out in code. You may be referring to a situation where if we find someone who's unlicensed, they have no interest in getting licensed with the city, then this gives us a way to put some documentation together, build a case proving that they are operating without a license, and then we go through a similar closure type process in that respect. So the enforcement mechanism is actually built into business licensing. So yeah, through the finance department, that's why we kick it all off. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
My name is Mark Mosey, Branson Vacation Rentals. We've been managing properties for almost 20 years in Branson, and it has been a very great and fulfilling business. We appreciate your support of vacation rentals and also monitoring them and not allowing them in residential areas. I think that's a great thing that you have done that other cities are now struggling with. I also appreciate your desire to collect taxes that are due. It's just not fair that people are out there operating not collecting taxes, and I understand that this can be a help in resolving those issues. Also appreciate the concern for safety. It's very important. I did talk with you all in the hallway a little bit, but I wanted to express also to the group that I am a little bit confused about I understand that there's inspections, then there's a permit required, and then a license. So I'm confused about the need for all three of those things. One of the things that I'm wondering about, I think every property that we manage in Branson is in a commercial zoned area. They're in areas that allow for vacation rentals. So I'm not exactly sure why the need for a permit. I understand getting the permit and the fee for the permit is paying for the inspection, but does do those properties really need a permit? As long as there's some way for us to pay and support the whole process, that might be redundant to have a permit. Except if you have to have a permit to, what's the variance? You have a variance permit, I can understand that. The business license, yes, we are currently operating under a management company. We have, I don't know, 75 or 80 properties. So we're only paying $50. I get that. That's not quite right. And I'm fine with collecting the $100 from all of my owners. It's going to be a lot easier for me to just bill them for that than to help them get through the whatever process it takes for them to pay that. I think the list that we provide, we're currently providing addresses. I'm fine with providing this name that you're talking about. We can provide that information if that helps you track those properties and make sure that everybody is on the up and up. On the tourism tax, it's saying that every license holder or permit holder, I'm not sure which, is going to have to pay a tourism tax deposit. So there again, that's another pretty large management thing for me to get to happen, for me to get each owner to pay a tourism tax deposit. If I'm responsible for collecting the tax and paying the tax, I collect the tax from the guest and I file every month and pay the tax to the city, then why does each property have to have a deposit? A bit confused about that. Not opposed to the audit. Fortunately, I have a system that could generate that type of information pretty quickly and easily. So I understand. You just need to make sure that everybody's on the up and up. So I do thank you for putting the time and effort into these regulations, but hopefully we can minimize the effect on companies like me.
Thank you so much. Your name was Mark, correct? Yes. Thanks, Mark.
My name is Don Wazaleski with Branson Knights. When I saw what we're talking about a couple days ago, I intended to read it and then dwell on it and write a articulate paper that I could read to you. And I have scribbled all over it tonight and X'd a lot out and added some. And I want to apologize before I read this to you because I wrote this I had 15 minutes to write a five-minute speech for Hillary tonight. And I wrote as fast as I could, I typed as fast as I could, and I wrote this from the heart, more so from the head. So I'm glad that when I put it out there, everyone showed up to provide the head part of this discussion. So I'm just going to read this to you real quick. Good evening, and thank you for having me back. My name is Don Wazaleski with Branson Knights, and we own 6 condos at the Point Royale Golf Village. I'm here tonight to provide my thoughts and opinions on the first reading of short-term rentals that is being discussed tonight. Section 94.802 defines hotel motels and the necessity of short-term rentals to pay the tourism tax. And Section 94.270 states that short-term rentals are, quote, properly categorized hotels, end quote. So as I surmise, such short-term rentals should be treated on the same level as hotels. After all, if my condo is going to compete with a guest for a hotel room, and it shouldn't, then both are on equal footing. Let's focus on this for a moment. If they are equal into both sections, then they should be lawfully held to the same standards. This means to me that since every condo that I own will require a permit and a separate business license to operate, as well as meet the stringent and over-the-top safety requirements, so should every hotel motel room within the city limits of Branson. Under Division 2, Section 22-472A, it states that a short-term rental permit number shall be listed on all advertisements and online platforms advertising the short-term rental. So I'm putting this on my website, on my Facebook, on my Instagram, everything. If short-term rentals and hotel motels are equal in terms of definition, then every single hotel motel room should also obtain and list every permit number on their advertisement. And this is unrealistic. Tonight, Cherie advised to me that this won't happen. Although defined as the same, it will be categorized and treated differently. I have a problem with that. I do not have a problem with increasing the safety inspections for the well-being of our guests. I think that this is necessary, and every 3 years is reasonable for an inspection, especially with the increased cost of the permit, which I'm more than willing to pay, or the license fee. I do want to address fire extinguishers as an example of miscommunication we're getting from the fire department, and maybe if Chief Martin can can elaborate on this. I've had fire marshals come out to my condos. I bought 4 condos at one point, 2 condos at another. I had fire marshals come out with the first 4 and say, well, you're going to have that 5-pound ABC fire extinguisher in the kitchen. It's got to be checked every year and properly tagged. Great, I did that. Then I bought 2 more. I had the fire marshal come back out a second time. They said, oh, no, this is the Point Royale. We have one outside the doors that are community shared. It's within the close proximity to the condo. You don't have to have one in the condo. So I'm hearing 2 different things from fire marshals. There's no continuity on what actually is expected of me as a short-term rental owner. So that would help. I also wanted to address Section 22-460 records. I have no problem paying my tourism tax on time every month, as well as logging into the state's website and paying that on time every month as well. To be honest, it makes getting a license after the first of the year very easy and pain-free. However, my impression on this first reading is that you want a separate tourism tax form to be completed for each license, which means every condo that I own. No problem, I only own 6. But then should I expect you to hold Thousand Hills Hotel Resort and other hotels and motels across the city to do the same for every hotel room that they have, since they are in the same definition as short-term rentals? Further, I am able to see my monthly revenue, cleaning costs, and fees associated with the transactions, and I have something similar to what this gentleman has. I can print it off very easily. However, I find that to be intrusive of the government as to expect me to turn these over when they are, in my opinion, proprietary numbers as to how I run my business. I find the expectations of this ordinance, which is already in place, to be very unrealistic, anti-small business, and will damper the growth of a specific community, nightly rentals, that have been growing in the city of Branson. The current ordinance that Sherry shared with me during the break discusses this is very vague and leaves everything to, quote, the discretion of the city and can lead to abuse. It does not state that we're auditing this particular company because of complaints or because of probable cause that they've committed a crime. Some of these expectations that I laid out, and I apologize for my pessimistic attitude towards the city enforcing this with the hotels and motels of Branson, if they are to be treated as the same as us, which they should be, will destroy a part of the lodging in Branson that many guests have come to love and cherish. I will end with this, though. I have spoken several times at these meetings, some of you are new faces, and one-on-one with Cherie about our proposals. Every time I have asked for roundtables, community involvement, and in many circumstances volunteered to represent the nightly community. I was here for the study session. I was the only one here for the study session. It was not put out there on social media or promoted outside of what's on the website, okay? At least to my knowledge. I have been giving lip service that they want me included in the conversation and development of this ordinance, only to find that I never receive a phone call. I get crickets. To my knowledge, until I posted this meeting online in several social media groups yesterday, no one even knew that Branson was discussing these changes. As such, the whole concept of transparency, Mayor Milton, has been lost. With the current economy as evident by tourism tax collection month to month this year, revenues are down and operating expenses have risen primarily due to the economics of our situation right now. Branson Nights is not just an investment for my family. I don't look at the mailbox money each month as some investors do. It's existential to my family and how I keep a roof over my head. There are so many changes and issues that need to be addressed. Roundtables with community leaders and more discussions need to take place that I feel that we are far from this legitimately being concerned or past. Well, thank you for letting me speak and listening to my concerns. I would have liked to have had a more intellectual thing, but I had 15 minutes. And this is what was on my heart after reading the ordinance. So I appreciate your time.
Don, I want to thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
are we going to be having any further studies on this issue?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you said we've had study sessions. As a city, are we planning any additional study sessions of any type?
Well, we've had a study session. Our staff has worked on this countless hours. And so they've put together what they've heard from us. Excuse me, that's what's being presented. So we're getting community input and we're getting board input. And then at the end, I'm going to ask for us to vote to approve this ordinance.
Well, I'm sympathetic to what these people are saying, that And I had asked a couple of people if we had invited any people that were involved in the short-term rental business to be a part of these study sessions, because I think it would have been very beneficial.
Don, I know, and I don't know all the details. I know before we had the study session, we put the word out that we're having a study session. Don showed up. I'm not sure what.
How did we put the word out?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You know,
Let's answer
the
this.
idea, and I'm going to answer that.
Okay.
The idea that we have not been transparent about this is, I'd say to our city staff, a little bit appalling, because I know this has been posted. It's been posted on social media weeks ahead of that study session. And so the idea that you didn't see it is not necessarily the burden of us. We're posting this where it needs to be posted. You still have a fiduciary responsibility to find this information, I mean, and disseminate it the way you did this time. But the idea that our city staff and this board is just coming up with these ideas and just randomly throwing things out there that we're trying to make your business harder to do, this is not what we're trying to do. This is just the opposite. We're trying to streamline what's going on behind the scenes, the part that you guys don't get to see, the lift that Cherie and her staff have to do in financing. And it's pretty similar to what you said about your costs going up to administrate these things. Let me tell you, our administrative costs have going up to handle these things. And when you look at, you know, even your eyes were a little bit kind of surprised when she was able to tell you, like, how are we tracking these things? Believe me, like, we didn't come into this meeting without the information. We know exactly who's paying, who's not paying. This is the opportunity for everybody to come on board. This is the opportunity for everybody to rise to the level so that we can deliver that product that you guys are talking about. Not just in your company, but every other company. Because believe it or not, there's some companies that think they're not found out about, but they are. And they're doing, I'm not saying they're doing things nefariously, but we want it just to be as transparent on your side as it is on our side. And this is our attempt to clear that haze. And that's what our staff has done. They have worked diligently to do this, amongst hundreds of other things that are going on in this city, believe it or not. So this is not an attempt to stifle your business. This is an attempt for us to make it easier for you to do business. And when they talk about the automation, it's not theory anymore. This is happening. Like, they are putting things in place. What we've done in the finance department in the last year and a half, 2 years, is going to astound everyone. Here's the problem. It takes a little bit for it to come online, and we're literally at the threshold of that happening. And when it does, the level of transparency is going to be astronomically out there. You will be able to see and gauge everything real time from your computer, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So there will be no question as to what's going on. But this is our opportunity to bring everything on board, to bring it above board, so that that playing field has been leveled now. For you, for every other operator like you, we're not trying, you know, you even mentioned that this is almost like a penalty. It's not a penalty. This is just the cost of doing business for us. And that's what we're trying to level up. And so we're not trying to make things harder. We're trying to make them easier. But I can tell you 100% that our staff is on communicating exactly what goes on. We're not trying to hide anything. None of this was done in the cover of dark. So the idea that transparency is not there, I would disagree with you 100%.
And I'm not questioning your integrity. I believe that you did put it out there after listening to you. I think how you marketed it was ineffective. I took these minutes and I uploaded them as a file to social media groups that specifically I know owners of short-term rentals are going to be on. Mind you, there's 100,000 tourists as well. But that's how I reached them to get them to be here tonight. Whatever you did to market that study group was ineffective because nobody showed up.
Well, just to add to that, we market a lot of study groups, and until it comes to the finish line where we're looking at these ordinances and making these corrections and bringing all this, that's when everyone shows up. And, you know, how that, you know, and again, I applaud your ability to go out there and get it to people. but that's what it takes. I mean, you know, the idea that it's just you get to do business and that's your whole responsibility, it's to communicate to your fellow business people that, hey, there's this going on. I mean, you showed up for that study meeting. I remember that. And so why didn't you communicate that to them then? You know, I mean, it's just, we each as a community have to help each other. I mean,
And that's
you
my,
know,
that's my weakness. I was naive. I was so passionate when I saw that study session came up that I figured everyone's going to be here. I didn't know. This is my first foray into dealing with y'all, okay? And I'm from New Hampshire. I don't say y'all that often.
Oh,
That
y'all.
was for you. But I learned my lesson. And that's why when I saw this come up, and I know it's come up a few times and it's been canceled a few times, and when the lawyers all signed off on it, I put it out there. I wanted to get some other owners that are local to speak, or property managers to speak on behalf of their owners.
and just for the record, I mean, the level of input that you guys have put in definitely gives me some different perspectives that, you know, we laid out. And this is not, I mean, there's another reading. You know, we can make some adjustments to this. This is not the concrete thing. So don't be
I understand
so
that.
hard on that. So
What I would like to see from moving forward is before we get to a second reading, that we do have some more community involvement where we sit down and we discuss. I think we're all reasonable here. We're all successful business owners for a reason. We just want to have some input as to what's on this document so we can have more support of the community and have a more comprehensive approach that takes into the consideration us and not just y'all.
So Don, Mayor, is it okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, to everybody that came here tonight, some really good ideas were exchanged. And that's exactly what I was going to offer before you said that, which is, this is just first read. And what I would like to do is have the opportunity to sit down with all of you, with our team on this ordinance, and talk about especially the burdensome issue of having to file individual tourism tax returns for each property. I could see how that could be a heavy regulatory burden, right? The paperwork end of things. So we don't want to do that. And I can understand how that would do. So we're going to have our teams put their heads together to think of a different, more creative, easier, streamlined way to do that. I look forward to hearing your ideas. You have my personal commitment that we will reach out to you. I'll be at that meeting so that we can have those conversations. But I will share with you, I plan to hold firm with this board's blessing on the fee structure and increase because we are so woefully, inadequately funded there. But it doesn't seem like really that's the biggest beef. It sounds like, right, it's more of the mechanics of it and how we implement. So to this board, I want to assure you that if you are confident enough in us to bless us with a first approval at first reading, we will work with the regulated community and see if we can come up with some other creative ideas to make it even better. And then when we come back for final read at consent, we can pull it down if you guys see fit, and we can make amendments at that time. So I really appreciate everybody being here tonight. And Don, where are you? There you are. I had down in my notes from past times that you've been here that we would reach out to you and call you, and I'm going to look into that. So, and because you've been just so willing to come forward and be helpful too, so thank you for that. But we'll get there, and we'll do it together. Yeah? That sounds great. Thank you.
I'd also like to share that, and I'm hoping you didn't miss it, that we had a study session in March. We're having these readings now, but it doesn't take effect until May 1st, right, of next year. So it's not like we're going to do something, quickly pass it, and January 1st, next month it's in effect, right?
Hey, thanks. I'm Ryan Duffy. My wife Shane and I own a small brokerage in town, and we've got a lot of clients that don't live here. They're remote, and so when we saw Don's Facebook post, a lot of people are commenting and kind of freaking out, knee-jerk reactions, that kind of stuff. So,
Ryan, I'm sorry. Would you speak in raise the mic up a little bit, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So, I'm going to try to be quick and to the point. I've just got a lot of kind of random comments and questions and concerns that we've had from our clients. Most of those have been addressed, so thank you for everyone for your patience and being open and understanding with the process here. The biggest response that I'm getting from a lot of my clients, and I don't personally own any vacation rentals in Branson, Intentionally, I'm outside of town because I like being out of restrictions and have, more property and, cabin in the woods kind of deal. What we're noticing just overall in the industry is, I won't say panic, that's the wrong word, but like my colleague Brad was saying earlier, people aren't making money in this industry the way they were a couple of years ago. So between the higher cost of ownership, the higher taxation burden on the county assessor level, and then just broadly overall, there's been kind of a perception that Branson as a whole is over-restricted and oversaturated from a national perspective. So most of the people we work with, they don't really care where they buy. They just want to make sure the numbers work. So from a broker and realtor perspective, we're trying to convince people that Branson's a good place to do business. And when I had a bunch of my clients glance at this morning or last night, whenever they saw it, a lot of the reactions were, well, let's sell here and let's reinvest somewhere else. And I know that's not the intention for anyone in this room to have that happen, but just to kind of be transparent with what we're dealing with on that end of the industry, we're repeatedly trying to convince people that this is a good place to invest. And one of my biggest concerns is just ambiguity within the wording within the ordinance itself. So, I grew up in Chicago. I was on the Chicago Fire Department. I was an inspector for a period of time. And I've seen firsthand how ordinances and ambiguity within verbiage can be weaponized. And not to say that that would ever happen here. It's a big part of the reason why we moved to this area was just different sentiment in general. But that's a concern of a lot of our clients, is we read through some of this and, you make mention that there's a grace period for certain things, or, well, the verbiage says you have to have your name addressed here, but, we can really do it this way. That's great as long as we can spell all that out. So one of the big concerns from a lot of our clients is, will regulations change? Are they going to be restrictive? Are they going to be weaponized? And so I think just like what everyone else has kind of been leading on to is if we can streamline this and just make it simple, so we can show people, and I don't think anyone in the room or just in general has a problem paying increased fees and for sure paying their taxes, but just making sure this is simplified to reduce the potential burden for just the administrative side of things too. So not to kind of jump over whatever else has already said, kind of touching all the points, but that's where I'm coming from.
A lot of what I've heard also is a lot of this is already in our code.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Some things weren't defined properly, and so some of the things that, quote, look new is really what we've been doing. We're just putting it into one form.
Yes.
Biggest change being the fees go up from $50 to $100.
And that's overwhelmingly the least, concerning part from anyone I've talked to. One of the points of concern was equating directly short-term rentals with hotels or lodging, just making that comparison within the definition. And not that this has anything to do with this ordinance, but just as a broader industry as a whole, there's pushes across the country to bring to court cases that force the definition of what a short-term rental is. Because a lot of people in other parts of the country want to argue that a short-term rental is no different than a long-term rental as far as legality is concerned. And therefore, it shouldn't be taxed at a certain rate, shouldn't be regulated at a certain rate. And so that's another underlying concern within the verbiage of this. And again, it doesn't have anything to do with this ordinance as it is, but some of my clients are saying, well, this is just trying to position in such a way so that, if and when the state of Missouri has a case coming before its Supreme Court to dictate what you define a short-term rental as, well, if you're trying to define it as it being equated to a hotel, well, then that muddies the definition of it. So, and again, just to kind of voice the concerns of some of my clients that have voiced opinions about this. And again, not that it matters with how the ordinance is worded, but that was one of the concerns, just trying to directly relate that to hotel lodging.
Thank you. Clay would like to say something.
Oh, are you done?
Oh, yeah.
No, I just want to say, I get where you are coming from, and like Artie said, I'm sympathetic to your concerns. And if I'm a business owner, I don't own condos, but I'm sure I'd be right there with y'all right now, asking these same questions like, oh boy, here goes the city government, them damn politicians up there. But I can say that when Kathy says, and I want to say, hey, trust us, we'll make it right. But when she says she's going to get to the bottom of it and we are sympathetic and we don't want this to be a burden on you, because I can tell you right now that I was even feeling like, oh, maybe we should vote this down and talk longer. But if she says that she's going to get with you guys and she's going to make this good for everybody, 100% that's going to happen. The city staff has worked hard, but I don't think, me personally, as one person voting up here, I wouldn't vote yes on this if I knew all you guys were against this. I wouldn't. And I am hearing that you're not concerned with the fees, that it's the other issues. And I guess what I'm saying is, if she says she's going to get with you and talk this out and make this comfortable for everybody, that will happen. If that makes you feel any more comfortable, I guess that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, just hearing that there's going to be more conversation, especially if there's obviously some concern on certain points before this gets put into ordinance. That's fantastic. And then another question that was raised or point that kept coming up was, the idea of maybe suggesting some kind of task force or exploratory committee that, owners, operators, brokers that are in that industry can, and I know this is all posted publicly when you guys have these, but I had no idea, and that's on me. I've got 3 other businesses and 3 kids, and everything else going on that everyone else has going on. But if we could have people in the industry just on a regular basis being able to meet whenever changes like this come about, it could mitigate a lot of concerns and help steer everyone up together, I feel like. And really, again, nothing to do with the fees or taxes or anything like that. That's all fine. And, it's really just doing away with the ambiguity and making sure it's clean, concise, and we can go to our clients and say, this is a great place to invest, and this is why.
Yeah.
And with that, one of the points that just came to mind was, transferability of permits. And then, that was one of the big ones. That's one of the things that tends to kill a lot of deals when we are representing on the sales side is, we already know that Branson's restricted. There's all kinds of ambiguity about the fire suppression, this, that, and the other thing. And then if we had a deal come up where you come and find out that the permit's not transferable, well, why would that person invest in that property?
Yeah.
Unless they can delay the whole transaction and get a guarantee, before closing that, they got the new permit. Another concern within all this is, we're talking about getting a fire inspection every 3 years, but you can't get that permit until your fire inspection is completed. So what happens with a non-transferable license if that new owner comes in to buy the property and we're saying, well, now we've got hundreds of fire inspections that need done. Well, I just closed on my property, and how long do I have to wait for the fire inspection before I get my permit? So now you've got a situation where the people that are investing in these things that, for the most part, are not big conglomerations. It's middle-income families that are buying their first one and want a place to come visit, on the weekends. If they're in a position where they can't do business for several months because they're waiting on that permit to come through, they're not liquid. They're upside down on the property. So that's another overwhelming concern within some of the way this is written is, can we get to a point where these permits are transferable, even if it's just for an interim, so that we can get these things up and running and cash flowing, and then address any concerns that come up. That's another overwhelming concern that's come up.
Brian, that's a good point.
Brian, here's what's great about the assurances that some of us are giving you today. All of us ran on transparency and being pro-small business. But what's great about it is there's a check on that, and that's that every 2 years we're up for re-election, right? And so you guys as the citizens get to vote, and you don't just have to take our word for it. You get to assess how we are. Furthermore, I don't know if you live in the county or the city, but there is a contested assessor election coming up in August. Mm-hmm. So all those things you guys are talking about, as citizens, you have a say in it. So that's the only thing I would say is that we are a transparent and pro-business board, but you don't have to take our word for it because you can judge us by the fruit of our actions. So.
Yeah, love it. Thank you.
Right. A couple of questions for you. One, I'm a little taken back by the comment that we've combined hotels and short-term rentals. I spent a lot of time driving our staff crazy over this ordinance. See, they're all nodding. Look at them. They're all nodding. I spent a lot of time pouring through this, and one of the things I actually liked was that we specifically break out now in the new ordinance a definition of what a short-term rental is, and we give it a whole bunch of code related strictly to short-term rentals. So where's the issue that we're treating short-term rentals like hotels?
Yeah, and again, I'm voicing concerns from some of my clients that aren't here in person, that read through this without having any further context. But that's just, and that's, once I read through the entire thing, I didn't feel like there were direct comparisons being made, but there is some, not ambiguity, but there's some alluding to the idea that short-term rentals are lodging, and then there's within the definition of hotels being called lodging.
It's not. I mean, it's almost, it really is the opposite the way it's written now. So
Yes.
I would encourage your people that read it, that you suggest to them perhaps they spend a little bit more time with it and reread it, because they came away with an incorrect interpretation of the code, because we've actually gone exactly the opposite way from what they said we've done. We've specifically carved out short-term rentals as a very distinct industry with very distinct definitions, licensing, and treatment. That was the real purpose, one of the real accomplishments, in my opinion, of the way this ordinance is currently written. So I would just encourage, I know it's a long piece of code and there's a lot of little sections to it. It took me a while to warm up to it too. But it's worth a read, because I really think it does address that in a very healthy fashion.
I did, and I read through it 2 or 3 times while sitting on the parking lot before I came in.
It's not enough. You got to go at least a
I know,
half a dozen
I got
times.
to like live with the thing for a month or two. No, I get it, and my concerns were more alleviated the more I read it. So
Yeah.
I'm with you on that point.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, there's still, and again, this is just kind of going to the sentiment of the industry as a whole. There's this debate across the country about how you treat STRs. Anyone treats STRs differently. And a lot of municipalities are trying to connect them to hotels so that they can further enforce, they can further regulate, further
Right.
tax.
But we're, just be clear, we're doing the opposite.
Which I'm tickled to hear. That's fantastic.
We really are.
Yeah.
We're completely carving it out away from the way we treat hotels.
Good. Well, that's
Okay.
fantastic.
The other thing I just wanted to comment on, it's been brought up a couple of times by speakers tonight. You know, if your industry is becoming of a significant size, you guys may want to consider a Branson association of short-term rentals. I say that because we have a Branson association for hotels.
Yes.
In fact, I'm at the board meeting for them next week to hear their issues and talk to them about their concerns and so on and so forth. So that's another vehicle that if you guys see your issues as being common enough, you might consider forming an association, inviting the mayor to that, inviting aldermen to that, and we'll get the city staff involved when that's appropriate. And it would be a great way of continuing this dialogue on an ongoing basis, and not just when we're looking at one set of ordinance changes.
Yeah, that's a fantastic suggestion.
And charge the alderman $100 to show up to your meetings.
Per alderman, yes.
Per alderman.
Yes, per
Yeah,
meeting.
it's not a group of aldermen.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. It's not an umbrella thing. So, no, that's a great point, because right now it's been, up to this point, it's been kind of a loose coalition. I know there's a non-for-profit advocacy group on the state level for Missouri that's been doing this for a while on and off. But yeah, I think we're probably to that point. So that probably will be something that gets talked about, you know, within the industry here pretty seriously. So, thanks for all your time. I appreciate it, guys.
Ryan, thank you so much.
Thanks.
I just wanted to address, I'm thrilled, as Ryan is, that you guys see this as a separate issue. The 3 lines that I think most people are getting hooked up on is lines 51, 52, and 53. It says, the Board of Aldermen finds that short-term rentals provide lodging and could also provide meals, entertainment, or various personal services, and therefore finds that short-term rentals are properly categorized as hotels under Missouri State Statute 94-270.
Yeah, and that's under the Missouri statutes, right?
Right.
But then take a look at what we've done through the rest of our ordinance to completely carve it out from a city perspective. We've gone to great lengths to treat it as a different entity altogether.
94-270 is where the power is given to the city to regulate businesses. It has to be allowable within 94-270, or this board cannot pass the ordinance. If they do not find that, they cannot pass this ordinance, they cannot regulate, which they have done already.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you. The other thing I would note when it comes to the differentiation between hotels and short-term rentals is if I were to get on Airbnb, get on Expedia.com, if I get on VRBO, you're going to find hotels with 200 rooms promoting that. That makes us, although we offer a completely different experience than a hotel room, we're still competing with them. And if we're competing with them on some level, at what point do they have to be regulated just like us?
Well, personally, my answer to that is look at the hotel codes and tell me if you really want to be regulated as a hotel.
Okay, I have no idea.
Seriously. I mean, that would be the comparison I would do.
Okay.
I mean, if that's what you're saying, I'd be shocked after you read it if that's what you'd say. But, you know, there is
Well,
a
I'm ignorant
difference
to that,
now.
so I will read it. All right, thank you.
Kathy, I did want to mention something that you guys have all brought up.
Heidi?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Haley, I'm sorry. Let him speak first, please. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, I'm Ryan Muir, and last time I was here, y'all helped me tremendously. So anything I say should definitely not be construed as a indictment on anybody here. My opinion on this matter is different than what you've heard so far, so maybe it will be at least a little entertaining. I do not think that the lodging tax applies to short-term rentals, and that is based on my reading of all of the codes and ordinances, from the city level to the state level to the international and residential fire codes and the definitions contained therein regarding what a lodging establishment is and what a nightly rental is, what is a sleeping unit versus what is a dwelling unit, all of that combined. So I'm not going to go through everything because it would just bore everybody back to sleep, but I will say that I stood at another board meeting about a year and a half or so ago and was debating a similar topic with my opinion as to fire sprinkler systems in single-family homes. I had my opinion, I had my attorney's opinion, and I was told, nope, but yet it was awesome news to hear tonight that that is no longer a thing. Very great. But I guess I say that just to say I have an eye for what I am reading. I know you guys have attorneys and that have all gone through that before. I would just say, like Ryan did, there's various litigation throughout the country that is establishing short-term rentals as residential use, not commercial use. It's a residential activity, unlike a hotel, unlike a transient lodging. Excuse me. It's not transient lodging as defined in all of those ordinances. Transient lodging is defined. It is not these residential uses in individual dwelling units as short-term rentals. So that was my new information. The last little tiny tidbits that I wanted to add are here somewhere. So some of the listings that we have, or also just know people that have them, they might have 2 units right next to each other, and so they'll have an ABC listing. So if you're scraping Airbnb data, you might show that there's 3 there, but there's in reality only 2. So that might be something to consider. I'm excited to come to the next discussion meeting as well. Let's see, last little tidbit on the renewals of the licenses or permits, whichever it ends up being called, is when we're bringing on new properties, and again, a lot of folks are excited about growing their businesses. They're coming on at different times, yet if you get to the level where you're having 12, 24, 60, 100, and you have them spread out across the year, now all of a sudden you're doing paperwork every month. So hopefully there'd be a way to do a prorated amount and have them all just like hit at the same time, so you're only having to do it at one time. And then lastly, there's a reason that I have anonymity in my LLCs and my corporate structure. I don't want to give you my name, my personal phone number, my personal address. So I would find it sufficient that I give you my PO box or my registered agent's information. I don't think that is personal information that I would like posted in my units or online anywhere. That's why I go through the effort of hiring attorneys to eliminate that burden. That's all I have to say.
Would you agree that somehow, some way, somebody needs to contact in case of an emergency, in case something?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I'm fine having the property management company listed.
Oh, sure.
With the property management
Property
companies.
that's right. Property managers are
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, though. I
You bet.
appreciate this meeting. It has been enlightening, really. Since this morning when I found out about this, it's been great.
Great. Thank you very much.
Cherie, can I ask you or Haley to make sure before these folks leave that we get all of their contact information?
Yes, ma'am, I was going to do that next.
Very good, thank you.
And actually, if you guys don't mind, Matthew, will you get everybody's, okay. Matthew Henry is going to collect everybody's name and phone number so we can contact you to come to a meeting at the city. So you collect everybody. And then Haley wants to say something, and I would like to say something.
Okay. Haley?
Fantastic. I just wanted to mention to you guys that are talking about your administrative burden, we are also feeling that pressure in business licensing. Amanda in the audience is fantastic. And when we told her, hey, we're about to have 1,000 more business licenses next year, I'm surprised I made it through that one alive. So we are also wanting to come up with a better solution to make that process a lot easier for everybody. So we definitely welcome other ideas in having that kind of collaborative, how can we do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and this is a very tricky topic, and it's very confusing, because a house looks like a house, and you assume it is a residence. But these are not residents. These are businesses, and with businesses, we do have to have certain controls and safety measures to protect our visitors. So that is a requirement. That's what we require of all of our businesses. Yes. And then another thing is, yes, to kick this off, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work for us. It's going to be a lot of work for you guys, and we understand that. We know that you don't have maybe a safety plan in place, and that's going to take some time. And that's going to be work, but once you get that set up, and once we do, I don't know if I can put it in code that we're going to give you a year grace period, but we know that's going to take time to get all the inspections done. We understand that. We're realistic. We understand that this is a big push. This is new for the city. This is new for us, and it's going to be a lot of work for everyone involved. But I really seriously believe after we get this implemented, it'll be better for everyone. It'll be better for our visitors. It'll be better for you guys, and it will be better for us. So, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh, brother. Here comes our state representative that I threw under the bus earlier.
Boy, you did.
Yeah, I know.
All right, State Representative Brian Seitz, 30-second comment, because I know everybody wants to go home. This is how a Board of Aldermen meeting is supposed to be run, and working together with the constituents that have questions and concerns. A former mayor just got schooled on how to run a Board of Aldermen meeting.
Mr. Mayor, just one final comment. You know, it was mentioned about you guys organizing and having at least a single voice organization. I think, you know, what Cherie just said is kind of part and parcel as to why that's so important at the level that you guys are, and that this is an expanding, growing, you know, industry in our community. To have that voice, to have that point of contact connection is going to be so vitally important, because it's going to be a heavy load for everybody. And make no mistake, what she said, we're going to make sure that there are, you know, gaps that are grace periods in place, and that you don't feel that pressure as hard as you're thinking. So, you know, and it just kind of goes that, you know, things get popped on you, and everybody has that knee-jerk reaction. Who used that comment earlier? That was a good comment. Everybody had the knee-jerk reaction, and the reality of it is we're only changing very little of this entire ordinance, but you were told that we're upending the ordinance. And so that's why this organizational thing is going to be so vitally important. So you guys do that, more than welcome. Invite me anytime. I'm more than welcome to play part of that and be that, you know, that connector. And I know everybody on this board would be, you know, just honored to be part of that, because you guys are going to be the lifeblood of this community moving forward, because things are changing, and we're aware of that, but we want to make sure that business is done right and it's done on the level for everybody. And that's what our finance department is working on, and that's what we're, expressing to do. So your cooperation in this and your grace, and we'll have grace and cooperation with you too. And Kathy's going to lead the charge on that. And as Clay mentioned, if she says she's going to do it, rest assured it's going to get done. So thank you guys so much for really being here with all the input, because it does give us another set of eyes to look at this, because we're not in your industry, except for Marshall. So thank you so much for letting me peek behind the curtain of what you do, because it gives me some different eyes to see and make some suggestions also. So thank you guys again.
Yeah, and I would concur. If that organization gets created, if y'all would have me, I would love to be a part of it or help establishing it as an alderman who is also an owner. Because what I heard a lot tonight was not just about this ordinance, but overall feelings about the industry as in general, and feeling that as a city, our ordinance isn't going to be shielded from the overall scope of what's going on in the industry. And so in the same way that our lodging association deals with that, I think it was a fantastic idea that Glenn had, and let's get it working. So thanks, guys.
Glenn?
So overwhelmingly, I mean, there were a lot of, thanks everybody, by the way, for all the comments. Great stuff. And I could see it on Cherie's face already. We've been through the mill so many times on this draft already that, but my perspective is kind of distilling the comments. The one that just seemed to keep coming through again and again and again is this relationship of business licenses to permits to the fanning out, the multiplicative effect, and how it impacts the workload that these folks have. To me, that was the number one issue. So I want to ask here procedurally, just so that we're realistic about what we're about to do. I believe if we vote for this ordinance now, it comes up by requirement for a second reading at our very next meeting in 2 weeks, right? So now, you guys have been through the ringer a lot already on this. And if I promise to stay out of it this time, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just want to know what we should do procedurally here. Is 2 weeks time to listen again, to talk, to process, and to recommend any final changes? Is that realistic? Or would we be better to say, let's just delay this a month or so to give you 2 week, 4 week cycle to get changes in before we start the clock on this thing?
Alderman Schultz, we will get this done. Really, it's just some tweaking at this point and getting some ideas from the regulated entities on how to streamline their systems and reporting to us too. So you have my commitment. We'll get this done in plenty of time. And then process-wise, at the next board meeting, we'll have to have aldermen who move to have this item pulled from the consent agenda. And that way we can add amendments at that time and then final passage at that time. So I have every intention to get this done in plenty of time for that meeting.
So it just kind of a heads up then to all of you interested owners, 2 weeks is, if after tonight, is the timeline to get this all done.
Yeah, and I think the certainty that she speaks with is based on the fact that 99% of the work has been done. We just need that little bit of input from you to just fine tune those little key things that you guys are wanting and how we can meet those together. And I think they can do that for sure. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And just so everybody knows, many, many times over the years, various boards of aldermen have been told that amending something on the fly is not a good idea because our attorneys have to vet things. And so what we'll do is we'll take input and then we'll sort of come with amendments in 2 weeks that are thought through and that we can present then. So it won't be a haphazard, just proposing something and this guy says second, and it'll be a thought out specific system that will come with specific amendments to these ordinances. So,
Can I say something, Mayor?
Sure.
I just want to say how refreshing it is to be on this board. And I'd never been to a city council meeting in my life until the mask mandate. And then when I got really involved in MAD. I don't know if y'all know this, but this is very, I didn't see this during that spell. I came to these meetings and nobody was listening. Nobody was willing to, okay, let's think this over and let's talk this over. I just want to say thank you to this board because they could have easily, well, I've seen it 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, we don't care, next. So thank you guys. This is why we all ran, so that wouldn't happen.
That's right.
So.
Ruth?
I would just like to say thank you to everyone who came out tonight to voice your concerns. To me, our citizens, our business owners, I want to hear from you always. Your voice means more to me than you will ever know. Whether it's in public comments, whether it's in comments after each item on our agenda, your voice matters so much. So, and another thing too, thank you to the staff, attorney, everybody for working so hard, but also we have an amazing city administrator, and when she says she's going to do something, it gets done, and it gets done right. So thank you so much, Kathy, for all that you do.
Brother, now it's turning into a love fest.
I just wanted to say to each of you that are involved in the business to please get the word out to others that we will be discussing this at length in 2 weeks.
Okay, there you have it. Is it time to vote? It's on the floor, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Good night. Oh, don't forget your door.
Date, what was that 60s game? Remember the board game with the little door blind date? Do you remember, anybody remember that?
No. You don't remember that?
That's way back.
Come on, it's 60s. We're going to take a short recess. Thank you.
I'm getting chips.
Kathy has to go to the bathroom. Some of us didn't get to go the first.
Thank you, Mr. Seitz. Thank you for showing up. Call this meeting back to order. Hillary, I think we're on item 13.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6466, an ordinance amending Chapter 42 regarding Sections 903 and 907 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to the International Fire Code.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6466. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Chief Mark.
Mayor Milton, members of the board, the topic tonight deals with single-family residential homes under the residential code, converting to the R1 commercial code on that setting. When you make a use group change from one use group to another, as you are aware in your time, you come up to current codes. The current model codes, not Branson, the current model codes would require the fire alarm and fire sprinkler systems to be installed. We were asking staff to look at, are there alternatives to take? And so we came back with draft language to you tonight that looks at reducing or bringing the square footage to the residential home to R1 to 1,600 square feet or 8 occupants with some basic guidelines. Bring your smoke alarms up to current code, smoke detectors that are hardwired and battery backup and linked together, the fire extinguishers, have the emergency plan. And the emergency plan, I can tell you, we've had voluntary compliance on this through the development of like Chateau Mountain and other properties that we realize that they don't have landline phones anymore. They come with cell phones. They come to Branson that I don't have a clue where I'm at. I just have a heart attack. I'm at Chateau Mountain. Well, great. There's 150 buildings to search. So most of the RBOs have those guest books that say, welcome, here's your amenities. We just ask them to put in there, dial 911 for emergencies. Here's your physical address. That's the primary purpose of that. We've had voluntary compliance on that already. So as we look at the single-family existing homes converted to a commercial use group, we feel like based on our standard to cover and how we're able to provide services, that looking at a square footage of not to exceed 1,600 square feet, which gives you 8 occupants with the fire extinguishers, smoke alarms, the emergency planning, that we think with some good reason, this would be a safe option to bring to you tonight. Those are our recommendations.
Does the board have any questions or need more information on this? No?
So anything over the 1,600 square foot, it's still.
That's when you're getting into a larger structure. That's where we have more people involved. We want to make sure that we're being as safe as we can be.
So that would still require the sprinklers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And the existing systems are still in place. So we just know that in reality, a lot of these are in some of our older areas that do not have the water pressure and volume. They're good for a single family home, but not the sprinkler system. So they've had to install pumps and tanks, which is a self-contained unit you can buy. We also, if you look at opinions, the sprinkler vendors are more concerned with doing big commercial properties and not an 800 or 1,000 square foot home. They have to do sheetrock work or penetrate attics or get in crawl spaces. And so we are seeing, my opinion, I'm just going to state it, probably inflated rates being proposed because they really don't want the work. So I'm going to toss you out this high number, so either pay it or you don't. So we think this, based on the model, what we've seen in Branson, the homes that we've encountered, like in the downtown area, for example, in that's zoned properly, that 1,600 square foot was the right number to look at.
I like it.
You have a question? I feel it.
Yes. I want to understand what you're saying, Chief. You're saying if it's over 1,600 square feet, that it would be required to be sprinklered?
Yes. 1,600 square feet gives you 8 occupants. That's where we start seeing our standard to cover and our capabilities that we don't want to, and it's certain levels, so it's not a 4-story, we want level exit discharge. So that's where we're trying to reduce the risk and the balance of making this concession, if you will, to not sprinkle.
So if you've got an 1,800 square foot, single-family residence that's 5 years old, that's not sprinklered, they would be required to put in sprinklers?
That's correct.
Chief, how? If they're gonna be rented out. Yeah, and I
Correct.
guess
Commercial use, yeah.
where I'm pausing is, I'm trying to think of the differences of, for a safety factor, 1,600 square foot with 8 occupants versus 8 occupants in 2,400 square feet. I don't know, I'm trying to grasp, go ahead.
Yeah, the occupant load is based on 200 net, or I'm sorry, it's gross square feet per person. So 1,600 divided by 200 is 8 occupants. That's where your occupant load comes into play.
So you're saying if a property had 2,400 square feet, they would be legally,
At 12.
they could have 12 people?
Yes,
there?
sir.
Any comments from the board?
Actually, can I have you, I want to ask you a question. If, yeah.
You're back up, Frederick.
Frederick, you're up.
So of the properties, you guys manage
Yes.
how many properties?
29 in the city, but we manage 60 total.
Okay. Average square footage of your properties in the city, what'd you say?
Condos would be between 900 and 1,400 square feet. And then homes would be, 2,500 to 3,000.
Okay.
And how many occupants are in those 2,500 to 3,000?
Up to 16.
Yeah.
Up to 16?
Yep. Yep.
So
You
Frederick,
know that a majority of our condos already have fire sprinkler systems in them, so.
Frederick, before you sit down, I was gonna ask the audience if they had any questions or comments.
I'm here all night, apparently.
I'm sorry, I need you to, yeah, shoot, I know.
I'm just curious about the occupancy based on square footage versus bedrooms, which I think is how they do it in other counties. Is there a reason? Is it just like so much living space per person, or because? I'm telling you what the IFC says. Okay.
Sorry, my answer was, to her question was, it's based on the International Fire Code. It's not Stone County versus Taney County versus Branson. The IFC gives that rating of 200 square feet per person. I want to share with you that we've had a conversation. Here's a Chief Martinism, if you will. We know that I've traveled and used VRBOs with another family. So I'm a family of 3. They were a family of 5. I have a teenage boy. They had 2 teenage boys and 1 girl. So we realized that some of these VRBOs they'll advertise for 12 or 16 or 8, whatever it is, but they might have bed space for more because they know that families are dynamic and who's sleeping in what room and where the kids are. And so we're not going to be the occupant load police on that. Your occupant load is 8 or 10 or 12. I don't care how many beds you have or pillows. That's that balance of reason and common sense, I believe.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Any other questions, comments from the audience? Board, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'm struggling with the idea that we might not want to make it a little bit higher square footage. And I'm understanding what the international codes are, but I also have always operated under the idea that we are Branson and we should set our unique codes that are pro-business. Although I don't know that I necessarily have a perfect number. Although I would hate to put something forward when we are essentially putting out there that we are not now requiring these sprinkler systems and having a number that's kind of on the border of something that could perhaps be a little bit higher, maybe in the 2,000 range or.
I appreciate your comment on that and do know that the international codes, building fire, all of them, are minimum adopted codes. We're reducing that.
You're reducing it from the international code, or that is the 1400 is the code? I mean, 1600, I'm sorry.
We're making
you've lightened
reasonable
it.
accommodation to what we're seeing as a trend in our community.
I
We
see.
think with reason and common sense, we can make a change to do this. We see the high numbers coming from the sprinkler vendors, we see the logistics, we see the safety. We're trying to put this all together in some kind of a happy medium to solve an issue.
I noticed you use the word concession. I mean, you're probably not really gung-ho about this at all, right? So I know you're not. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted to say you're not. So what I'm saying is, when you use the word concession, you're trying to find a happy medium for everybody that everybody can live with. Because you'd rather have sprinkler, period.
Hoping we're being safe and we're being reasonable for pro-business.
Right. No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm applauding you. I'm not criticizing you.
Last thing I'll say is that if we are going to have further discussions and possibly even an association be created, I know we're in the beginning stages of that, but we are making a concession tonight, as Chief is saying, and we talked about not moving the goalpost in that direction, but we do have an opportunity if this does become burdensome on certain owners that we could amend this to a little bit
Can
higher.
always
in the
address
future.
it, sure. So, hearing that, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Hill? Thank you, Chief.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6467, an ordinance amending Section 86-622, Schedule 2 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to speed limits.
Where's my friend Gary?
Gary's at home taking care of his wife, so he's a good guy.
So you have heard the first reading of Bill 6467 and a motion approving this bill.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Michael Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really quickly, I'll read through the facts. I know everybody's a little bit tired, and then I want to highlight just a couple things to make us all realize what's involved in changing a speed limit and what the thought process is behind it. Fall Creek Road, west of 76 Country Boulevard, west to the municipal boundary, has a posted speed limit of 40. Some of it is actually posted 45, which we discovered, so it wasn't even posted correctly. But the speed limit is not consistent with travel, and the speed limit should be set at 35. A secondary concern is the speed limit is variable, different throughout the whole area going through there. The county speed limit is 35 and actually drops to 25 for parts that are hairpin that are down there. The Director of Public Works and Engineering has determined upon the basis of engineering and traffic investigation that the following speed regulation should be changed to the speed limit of 35 miles an hour from Fall Creek Road to west 76 and west to the municipal boundary, and we'll walk through that map-wise. So this is the area, so 76 going all the way down. These are some of our speed limits that are in there. So at the top of the hill, we have some 45s and we have some 35s as you get farther down. What we do to do actual speed studies, although these little speed carts aren't to see how high you can get the score, because there's always one that was in there. There was one at 71 miles an hour. So we ask that you respectfully drive. It wasn't you. So the variables are there, but we put that out for a set time period that we determine. We try to stay away from holidays. That's why some of this takes a little bit of time. Try to stay away from weekends. And this is a unique community. On this road, you got condos coming off, you got VRBOs, you got people cutting around using the yellow route. And Gary had brought this up multiple times over the years as I had a long conversation with Gary about, hey, where's it at? And he says, it just doesn't make sense. You get on it and then you change and then you change. And so I spent the better part of a week just driving around where I live. And I'm like, well, I get off the highway, it's 45, 35, 25, 35, 45, 55, 60 almost to my house. So just off the highway. And we took a lot of thought about running our speed carts and seeing where they're at, and we came back with some results that are there. Appropriate speed limits, we have to remember that freeways and other high roads can accommodate that high speed. You know, we all want to go as fast as we can to get to the next point, but some people want to mosey on. But because of the design features that are there, they have little interaction with non-motorized vehicles, and they don't have adjacent streets coming on. So you think about, you get on the highway, and what becomes a highway classification is less and less and less things that could intrude your speed, right? And a little bit of safety there. So methods for setting speed limits. The Federal Highway Association sets some rules of engineering, expert system, safe system. So what we did was we ran it from an engineering up with an engineering approach. So the operating speed method is set within 5 miles an hour of the 85th percentile. Speed determined from the speed surveys, and then appropriate changes, plus or minus, are made based on the considerations. Then also under that, you can do the road risk method. The levels of roadside development and the functions of the road primary determinants of the speed. So when you look at the road and you have some blind turns in there and you have some extra roads that are coming on. So with that being said, we did 2 speed studies upon the other. You good?
Are you good?
Okay. Am I too fast?
No, we're having a moment. See too fast.
Okay. I'm trying to move quick, so I know everybody's ready. The average was 34.6 and 35.6. So that's the average speed. And what's important is when you talk about the 50th percentile, that's 50%, that's right where 50% are going faster, 50% are going lower. You're at 35 and 38. So 50% of the people are pretty close to 35 miles an hour. The 85th percentile, so that means 15% of the people above you, is 39 and 43 for the 2 different areas. And we looked at 2 different spots because as you go down the hill, you're going to gain, as we all know. Sometimes tickets happen at the bottom of the hill when you're not paying attention. So there's a little bit of gain there.
Excuse me, Michael, are you trying to say you're recommending changing this from 45 to 35?
35. Yep. So the 2 speed studies, the importance of this other map that is on the side that's here, we work closely with the police department. They also do a speed cart, and they'll do speed studies of their own to say, hey, enforcement needs to happen. These are all the accidents that are here. And it's hard to, I think, Chief Schmidt, they have a hard job. Like, I read the accident reports, and there's 48 accidents. One was the end of life. So, you know, to adjust the speed limit by 5 miles per hour and maybe save a life or cut down on those accidents by half or a third, or maybe just one. One might be your family. So with that recommendation that's there, I think it's important to show that you see, it's probably pretty hard to see, but you see a big blue arrow, and that's the roads we control. And then you see a big green arrow, and that's the county roads that control. And they can control that and tighten it up based on speed studies and accidents and severity of accidents. They had asked our predecessors, my predecessors, to look into it, and they didn't come up with the same judgment that I did. So that's the
Michael,
judgment.
on that map, the green arrow and the green line is at 35.
35 or lower.
Yeah, and so you're recommending where the blue line and the blue road is, that matches the 35.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it's all downhill. I mean, you could make the argument, like Gary and I talked about, I said, well, you could make 45 miles an hour go up the road, and he was like, well, what sense does that make? You go down one side or the other. So you could, but at the end of the day, it's a small thing to think about for safety. And when the average is really close to 35, we're adjusting it by 5. And that is what Federal Highway says. And then, you know, the question is, well, who has the authority? Well, engineer record for the city has the authority based on the study to raise and lower it to see the cause and effect. And I think we'll have a positive effect out of it.
Great.
I did take a couple quick pictures off of here where you see some 35 miles an hour closer to the neighborhoods, Taney Como Acres that we have down there that many of you are familiar with, and then 45. And I highlight that when you look at the picture all the way to your right, you see that blind turn, and you come around the turn and there's a road. No matter how much we cut that back, there's still always going to be a blind turn that's there. And that's where, if you went back to your accident chart, you have quite a few accidents. So with your approval, staff recommends.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Questions from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Michael, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, setting forth the facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2024 for the design work needed for relocating dispatch center to the specific street water tower.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. No fancy videos or pictures or anything like that. This is for your next two items. This budget amendment will be used for the design work needed to relocate the dispatch center to a more spacious area than the basement that we're at. The Pacific Water Tower has been identified as a great spot for us to incorporate that at a minimal cost to the city. This will also provide adequate room for their operations, improve their service delivery, enhance public safety. In addition to relocating and designing the dispatch center, our Motorola contract will provide 5 new consoles with all the associated parts to make it a state-of-the-art system. We'll also free up the space for the police department as police department's moving. So dispatch encompasses fire, police, and also TCAD. So it's a conglomerate of all of us together. I will highlight that we did take a look at it, and it was cost prohibitive on the other side of the tune of $2.2 million to put it somewhere else, and this option looks like it should cut it over $1 million. So it seems like the right option to explore. We're asking for $35,000 for design, with the expectation we use way less than $35,000 for design because it's a pre-existing building. And as you all know, the water tower is a hardened safety item. So.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions, comments from the board? Questions, comments from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you, Michael.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6468, an ordinance amending the adopted 2024 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Public Safety Police Internal Service Fund for an increase in the budget for costs necessary for the police dispatch design.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6468. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Michael Woods.
And ditto from the point before. This is
Ditto?
just moving money. Ditto.
Any other questions from the board? Same questions from the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board.
Thank you, Michael.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6469, an ordinance approving the contract with AT&T Corp. For the IZzyNet and authorizing the mayor to execute the documents related thereto.
Hi, Chief.
Howdy.
Anything you want to share?
Oh, do you guys need to do your thing?
What do we have to do? Put it on the floor?
So moved.
Second. We have motion and second. And now we'll get a staff report from Chief.
Your Honor, members of the board, I thank you. This is the last portion of the things I keep coming to you for, this big Missouri 8 grant that we've been working on. This is the last portion for us to start working. It's the contract with AT&T for the services that basically switch it from hardline to the internet protocol that we've been working on. We have to have a contract with AT&T for this because we are our own PSAP. But it's kind of confusing, and that's why you guys have all the attachments that you do. The MOUs that you've already voted on, not only for the Missouri 8, but also Taney County, which handles the authority, the 911 authority covers the 911 costs for us, set us up so that even though the contract has Branson in there, this is going to be paid for by the grant, as well as Taney County in the future when the grant runs out in 5 years. That will be addressed in a future MOU that you will see with Taney County. Basically what this amounts to is we need to receive the bill for our PSAP so that we can give it to Taney County, and then they can submit for reimbursement as the grant as part of that MOU that you guys voted on a couple months ago. So we are the last contract with AT&T before the Missouri 8 can get going on this, so we want to get this passed so we can get it going for all the regional PSAPs here in the 6-county region. So we recommend approval of this.
I understand you also are recommending a second read.
Yes, because we're holding up the project.
Okay, any questions from the board? Questions from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Mayor,
What?
I move to read Bill number 6469 for its final reading because Chief
10
Schmidt
minutes.
wants things quickly.
We have a motion and a second to approve a second read. Any comments from the board? Comments from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you
Your Honor,
provide the final reading?
I will. This is the final reading of Bill number 6469, an ordinance approving the contract with AT&T Corp. For EZNet and authorizing the mayor to execute the
got it right
documents
that time.
related thereto. I'm sorry.
Are they getting giddy over there?
I don't know how to say that word.
So, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved, second.
Questions from the board, questions from the audience, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh,
It needs
that's
to
what
be a
I
roll
meant.
call,
Roll
yes.
call vote,
Sure.
please.
Lucas,
Okay.
Denham, Cooper,
Yes.
Howden,
Yes.
LeBlanc,
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 5-0, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6470, an ordinance approving the participation by the city of Branson, Missouri in a new national opioid settlement with Kroger Company and authorizing the mayor to execute the documents related thereto.
You have heard the first reading of Bill 6470. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
Moved.
Second.
Motion is second, staff report from Holly. Hello, Holly.
Hello. You guys have already participated in an opioid settlement settlement agreement, and you have received $52,456.71. In regards to that, this is a allowance for the mayor to sign the appropriate documents to participate in another settlement with Kroger. This is a different entity.
Any questions, comments from the board? Questions, comments from the audience? Artie? Where was I? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6471, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with Taney County for the county to provide funding towards the cost of the city's Plan 2024 public sewer collection system rehabilitation and authorizing the mayor to execute the
You've
contract.
heard the first reading of Bill 6471. A motion approving this bill. Motion second and third. Report from Kendall.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. Short version of staff report is this is a funding agreement between the city and the Taney County Commission to capture $350,000 in sewer sales tax funding to go towards our 2024 sewer collection system rehab project. Happy to answer any questions.
You recommend this, Kendall?
I do, yes. So this will bring our combined total up to just shy of $3 million in the last 3 years. So.
Any members of the board have any questions or comments for Kendall? I want to know why it's not $1.3 million. Any questions, comments from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources for the Section 319H Non-Point Source Management Program subgrant funds, allowing the improvement at North Beach Park, Stocksdale Park, and real-time water quality quantity monitoring stations at Rourke Creek, Fall Creek, and Copeland Branch.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution? We have a motion, a second. Staff report from Trayson. Hello, Trayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Board of Aldermen. I'm briefly going to discuss Section 319 non-point source pollution subgrants. I'll try to make it brief and kind of go over how they apply to the city and then projects and then what the city's responsibilities will be. So under Section 319 of the Clean Water Act, Missouri Department of Natural Resources, DNR, provides funding for water bodies that are impaired by non-point source pollutions. In order to receive funding, there has to be an authorized and approved 9-element watershed management plan that has to be approved by not only the state, but also EPA. And as of less than a month ago, there is now an approved Lake Taneycomo 9-element non-point source watershed management plan that has been approved by EPA. And in this watershed management plan, there's specific best management practices, or BMPs, that are outlined that the funding has to directly tie to. And so we'll look at some of those that it outlines. So Lake Taneycomo is on Missouri's 303D list of impaired waters for low DO levels, dissolved oxygen. And this is largely attributed to the water coming from beneath Table Rock Dam, but also nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus, which are found commonly in stormwater, also contribute to low dissolved oxygen levels. So some BMPs that are outlined in the watershed management plan to combat this issue include detention, retention basins, rain gardens, porous pavement, stream bank stabilization, water quality monitoring, education and outreach. And I worked closely with several departments, parks, Cindy and Amy were great in helping define some of these projects that the city could get funding for. So one of these projects was a rain garden at North Beach Park, just north of the landing. It receives concentrated runoff during large storm events, and sometimes moderate erosion occurs. It's also in a floodplain, as you can see on the right, and so this further reduces the water quality during large flooding events. And what a rain garden does is essentially promotes infiltration through natural vegetation, removes chemicals and nutrients, reduces erosion, and improves water quality. Porous pavement trail at Stockstill Park has been proposed, and this is actually a trail easement that's already in place. It would further follow Roark Creek, connect to the existing trail, and porous pavements reduce runoff similarly to rain gardens, any type of BMP really, reduce erosion and nutrients ending in our water bodies. And the porous pavement at Iserman Park was actually pointed to in the management plan as a direct example of what to do, what funding could be used for. And there's already been interest from College of the Ozarks Wilderness Society group to help make this trail possible, even if they have to come help install it themselves, which will be huge for match purposes. We'll talk about that a little later. And then lastly, last piece of the project will be water quality monitoring. And this will either be done through real-time monitoring stations or sampling or a combination of both. And it'll be done in tributaries to Lake Taneycomo. And the reason behind monitoring, is similar to why you would go to the doctor for a wellness checkup. It might not necessarily be a water quality issue. Some of these streams were not monitored during the watershed management plan. Copeland Branch and Cooper Creek were not. They're almost entirely urbanized though, so they would be important ones to get. Then also Roark Creek had a USGS gauge that lost funding in 2022 and is no longer there. So those would be good. Long-term and short-term. Short-term, we can sample upstream and downstream of our implemented BMPs to kind of gauge effectiveness and overall success. And then long-term trends will present themselves if we continue to monitor or sample. So talking about the overall cost of the project, it'll be about $350,000 spread out over 3 years. We would be requesting for $210 and the rest would be match. But the $210 would cover everything associated with North Beach Park. As far as the rain garden there, Stockstill Porous Pavement Project, and then the water quality sampling and monitoring. The 40% match, ideally there wouldn't be anything coming out of the city's pocket. I've got a spreadsheet outlined with community outreach events. There's been a few contractors that have offered discounted prices for match purposes. And then, volunteer time at federal rate is, I believe, around $33 an hour. So over the 3 years, it'll be attainable to get the 40% match. And to conclude, staff recommends that we apply for a 319 grant. It provides the city of Branson with a good opportunity to improve their community and increase the quality of water. So, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Tracy, that was a very informative presentation. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
long before our Kathy here was city administrator, she did some great work with Ozarks Water Watch. So I just want to give her flowers on that. Because it's very important that we have clean water in the city of Branson. And as politicized as these issues can get on the national level, the more we keep it local and take care of our own backyards, I think is a very positive way forward. So good job, Kathy. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just another initiative that, puts us at the forefront of being on that preservative side of our community. What we did with, in walling off the water treatment facility in case of flooding.
Yep.
And it's just another step that just puts us in the forefront and really puts us on the map of being that, very conservative, care about the community, care about just everything. Water quality, quality of life, all those things. So I think it's very important. So thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Ralph. Any other board members? Anybody from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. Are we at?
Yes.
Let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Sorry you're number 20.
Trayson, thank you very much.
Your Honor, the next item is the canceling of the December 24th, 2024 regular Board of Aldermen meeting.
Do I have a motion approving this cancellation?
Second.
We have a motion, a second. We'll get a staff report from Hillary.
So this is just a housekeeping item to remove this from the calendar if you so choose to not meet on Christmas Eve.
Do you want to elaborate on this?
I can if you want.
Anything
So
else you'd like to
section
share?
2-62, I'm kidding, no.
What am I going to do now?
Any members
Have a
have,
show.
any member of the board have the guts to ask a question? Members of the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. We're at the report section. Artie, you have anything for us?
Well, I was just glad when I came back this afternoon to see that the city was still in one piece, that you all had done a wonderful job of taking care of everything while I was gone. And again, I'd like to share my sympathies with Kathy that I was not able to make her wild party.
Clay?
I'll yield my time to Alderman LeBlanc.
Marshall?
In all seriousness, Mr. Mayor, I very much appreciate the beginning presentation that we had. And I think it's very important that we honor some of our legends because we did lose a really important member of a very famous recording group. Joe Bonsall passed away of the Oak Ridge Boys. And Clay and I were able to stand on the stage with those guys not too long ago. And you can tell it meant a lot to them. So these honors, they're proclamations, they're pieces of paper at the end of the day. But especially for people towards the end of their careers, it can mean an awful lot.
Yeah.
So thank you for helping me facilitate them.
Thank you. Ralph?
Alderman Cooper, thank you for your time. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Ward 1.
Doesn't mean you have to use it.
So, no, tonight was just, I guess it's just a true testament as to the assemblance of this board and what it represents, and really to have that hearty, healthy, at some points contentious, conversations, but really in the end, cool heads prevail, and logic and reason come into play, and that's what gets us across the finish line. So to all the aldermen up here and every participant that came out and provided great content, thank you so much, and to our staff for the hard work that they do, because that's the unseen treasure that we have, and the amount of hours and people's hands and thoughts into what you guys do. It's almost a little silly to not take these things up, knowing that you guys put so much time and effort into it. And so I applaud you always, and thank you so much for all the effort. And you guys motivate me by the level of commitment that you have to this city and wanting to make it better. So thank you all for doing what you do.
Glenn, I'm sorry, Ralph took your time.
Yeah, just briefly, I also want to thank the city staff. You know, we sit here and we look at the clock and say, well, it's 10:20, but, you know, I agree with Ralph. I know you as city staff have put a ton of work to get these topics to this meeting, and then to have to sit for your entire evening and do the presentations and things. I just want to say thank you. Hopefully we can streamline things as we go forward to try to find ways to utilize your time better, but I sincerely appreciate all your efforts. I just want to, because it's similar to the ordinance that we spent a lot of time on tonight. We were going to have ordinances coming up related to what we do with businesses and industrial parks, commercial facilities in terms of noise, things like that. That one, I haven't seen the draft of the ordinance yet, but I think instead of being as verbose as the one we looked at tonight, it's going to be much more technical in nature. And unfortunately, that in itself is going to drive a lot of discussion. So Artie and I are going to try to, in particular, meet with the residents and, of course, anybody else that's interested up in the industrial park area ahead of the ordinance coming in front of the Board of Aldermen, so we can kind of explain the basis of it, go through some of the technical issues, those kind of things, get any early feedback from a very concerned group of people that submitted a petition to try to block the activity, to let them know where we are with the ordinance, and just try to get that engagement and relieve some of the pressure from the main meeting itself if we can, and maybe even get the ordinance in a little better shape to address some of their issues. So Artie and I are very committed to that. We'll announce a location soon as Kathy's staff has got the draft ready for us to go out with and talk about. And I'd really encourage the public to participate in that if you have an interest, because there we can have a discussion that maybe we just don't have the time for sometimes here to go through some of the intricate details of such a technical ordinance. So we're very committed to that, and we hope the community will come out and be responsive to it. So,
Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to attend that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
when we have this,
you had your turn.
when we have this public meeting that Glenn was just talking about, I'm going to let him talk about all the technical stuff, and I'm just going to sit there and nod my head.
Understand. You're in good hands. Kathy, in the spirit of saving time, I'm going to reserve mine till next time. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Didn't get the opposition a chance.